why.
He's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
Little weekend, yep.
Come on.
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
Why would you go after this guy?
He's like, hey man, want a flower?
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
He's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
Little weekend, yep.
Come on.
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
Why would you go after this guy?
He's like, hey man, want a flower?
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
He's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
Little weekend, yep.
Come on.
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
Why would you go after this guy?
He's like, hey man, want a flower?
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
He's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
All right. We are live, and today we are going after the historical Muhammad. We're going after the question of whether he existed or not. Hopefully, most of you have gotten a chance to watch the debate between Mary and Robert Spencer that took place on Friday. Thought we'd have a follow-up today where Mary has the opportunity to answer questions you may have to clarify her position, respond to some stuff that has been said after the debate as well. I gave the same opportunity to Robert. I have extended an invite for him to come on and answer questions about his position. I'm not 100% certain. His reply was a little bit ambiguous, so I'll follow up on that, see if it's something he actually wants to do. But there's a possibility that we'll have one of these with Robert as well. So welcome back to Reasoned Answers, your home for the
crackhead clown individuals.
See, if I thought I was going to forget to do that, but I, in fact, did not forget. Welcome, everyone. You can put your questions in the chat, or you can come up and ask them live. Either is good. I would love to have a live chat if someone wants to have an extended discussion, or if you just have a question, feel free to drop that in the chat. So first things first, before we get into any specifics, what was your impression of the debate, Mary? How did you feel it went?
So in terms of, this was my first debate that I have ever done, my first formal debate. So I was going up against someone who was very seasoned, but the reason that I did it is because I think this is incredibly important right now, because I believe that Christians are saying things that will get us in enormous amounts of trouble if we continue saying them, and it will make us look less credible. So even though, and he takes the most reasonable position of all the Muhammad was a myther folks, of all of them, he is the most reasonable and was the most conservative of those who are in this space. And so in a lot of ways, he's the hardest to tackle in terms of like the position that he's trying to defend. And I would very much like to debate Jay Smith. I had previously tried to debate Jay Smith, and he was expressed interest and then went, no, don't have time. Never mind. So.
Yeah, we did have a tentative interest from Jay, and but he's like, I'm traveling right now. Can you ask me in a couple months? And then when I asked him in a couple months, he's like, at this time, I want to focus on writing a book. I'm not saying he's running away by any means. I'm just saying that he was too busy to do it.
Yeah, but then he went on Hatunes and said, I don't know who that is, but I think he may have just.
Yeah, well, I mean, Robert didn't
really
remember who you were, even though he'd literally been on a stream with you. So.
Yep, he's like, this is the first time that I've met you. I'm like, that's second, but that's okay. So yeah, he may have forgotten me, but he was. Jay Smith is a bit sassy. Was a bit sassy on Hatune's channel, so I hope he'll follow up with the sassiness and say, "Ha, take her down." So,
Allah says Jay Smith doesn't seem like the kind of guy who likes losing, though. Well, I mean, I don't think that he would expect to lose. I don't think that. I think that he thinks his arguments are quite strong. Let's put it that way. So Arlette up north said, first debate, dang, you did well. I want to learn debate skill, but it's intimidating.
I did have someone who is a seasoned debater that I reviewed my material twice. Once an initial review told me it was all trash and to do it better. So I did. The second time she's like, okay, it's only partly trash now. And then I fixed it up some more, basically. But it's just, I mean, it's all the same material. Although I took a bunch out. I had to take out so much. So, got our first question. Since Yasser Qadi obliterated.
Well, hold on, Mary. Hold on, Mary. Hold on.
What you
there
can read
are
it.
actually a couple questions. There's
yay.
actually a couple questions, but I had one that I wanted to start with.
Okay.
Which isn't exactly a question, but I think it's very important here from Jack Ray. It seems Robert argued from absence of evidence is evidence of absence angle, even though he said it wasn't. And I found this especially ironic because someone, not Robert, to be clear, this is not his position, but someone made a ridiculous statement in the comments about how the Christians were going around calling Jesus Muhammad. And I said, there's no evidence of that. That's not true. And Robert, for some reason, said, Thaddeus, you know that absence of evidence is not evidence. I think it's the only comment he made on it. Why he went and commented on that, of all things, I'm not quite sure. But he actually kind of wants to have it both ways, right? He wants to say this evidence should exist, but it doesn't, while simultaneously saying, well, we just don't know one way or another, which would... We can discuss whether there's actually even an absence, but at most an absence would say we can't make a conclusion on this. However, there would never be a true absence because there would be the claim that you're evaluating, which is obviously exists, right? So for example, atheists sometimes like to say that Nazareth didn't exist because it's only testified to in the Gospels. But that's not a lack of evidence because you've already got several, in fact, sources testifying to its existence. You say, well, there should be another source, therefore it didn't exist. And that's kind of what this turns out to be, right? That, there's plenty of sources about Muhammad, but we want different sources. We want more sources. We want better sources.
Yep.
Therefore, there's no sources. What do you think, Mary?
So the big thing that I wanted to push on was the fact that he demands incredibly high level of evidence, basically from Muhammad's birth to the beginning of the Abbasid state, detailed histories, or else you can't say anything. But then he will make positive statements about what these folks believe, what they did, this, that, the other, all these, that he has a supposition that he is making about coins that is contrary to the eyewitness testimony of prominent Christians. Prominent Christians say the coins mean this, and he says, no, they don't. They mean something else. So he is not holding himself, and it's not, this is not a Robert Spencer thing. This is a Muhammad mythicist, even the whole revisionist school in its older form, before Patricia Crona basically backed off. Patricia Crona and Michael Cook said that, okay, all of our early work was not true. It's not true. We don't believe it. But it was interesting to write to just test out theories and things. And none of it is taken seriously in the academy, just to be clear. In terms of, was it clever? It was very clever. Was it true and accepted? Not at all. Not at all. So one of the big issues is that he will, and Robert is taking things from other people. Other people are taking very small things and turning it into this huge thing that it does not say, but they're saying it must say this. And they are taking explicit statements and saying, we will not take these explicit statements. And that is not a good way of doing history. So I do want to quickly say there are three reasons why this is super important. This isn't just sort of like, oh, this just bothers me. The first one is truth. Mm-hmm. We need to stand on truth We cannot stand on lies or even misinformation, right? When we speak as Christians, we are speaking and we're evangelizing. We need to speak accurately as much as possible. Even if we are sincere but sincerely wrong, we want to avoid doing that as much as possible. We can't stand on things that aren't true. The second reason I articulated is that everyone who sees Muhammad in this light doesn't listen to the sources and what they are saying about Muhammad. I have never heard a mythicist talk about Muhammad's mole, ever. And it is the proof that Muhammad is a prophet according to the Islamic sources. They're not holding Islam accountable for the sources. And the mole has its entire like backstory where Muhammad sees is told, oh, if you're going to pretend to be a king, if you're going to be a king, because it's his buddy saying this, if you're going to be a king, you need to have a seal. So he gets a seal and he stamps the seal. And then right after this event, suddenly he decides he's the seal of the prophets. And the proof is that he's got a big old mole on his back. And so you have this entire narrative story of how it appears in his mind. And then after that, he starts saying that every prophet has a mark on their body. And the mark is Allah's name, by the way, in Arabic for some reason. Everybody's got Allah written on them in Arabic. And
I'd say that's pretty good evidence. Like if you have a birthmark that writes Allah's name on you, I mean.
Well, except that almost anything kind of looks like Allah because it just looks like squiggles. Like it's sort of like the seeing Jesus in a tortilla sort of thing, but multiplied by 1,000. There's I cut open this apple. It has Allah's name in it all the time, because it's just.
I mean, it's still better than a tree that's bowing down towards Mecca, but
yeah, that's true.
Because it's been in that particular direction.
But so that is the second reason. There is a third reason though, and I have not said this before publicly. I'm saying it publicly now because it's severe. It is very severe. A number of the people who are coming up with the theories in the background, not the Christians who are articulating them, but the people in the background, they're not looking for truth or particularly polemical against Muslims. They're actually against Christianity. They're against Christians. The theory that they are promoting is that there is no orthodoxy that is discernible in Christianity through the 7th century. So if people show up saying, we do not believe that Christ is God, they would not be instantly rejected by Christians and would be their buddies and friends. And if not quite, we sort of like, we go to a different church kind of thing. That's the level of difference that these people are saying. Their attacks on Islam are just using Islam as a hammer to strike at Christianity. And that is what they are trying to do. So when people cite Shoemaker and his theory about that there is in Bethlehem in the 7th century and the entirety of Jerusalem, that in Jerusalem people do not believe in the gospels that we have, but hold to a different gospel narrative, and that they have a different birthplace for Jesus and they have different events and nobody cares. That's what they're promoting. They're not promoting, this church of the Seat of Mary, the Charismatic Church. It's just another, the Jews or the Muslims and Christians, they got along there. No. What's underneath it is their beliefs are so similar that they accepted one another as co-religionists. This is wildly untrue. And they are trying to use Islam to attack Christianity. That is their interest in Islam. And more people need to know that people are promoting anti-Christian conspiracy theorists just because they happen to say things about Islam that for some reason they find appealing.
Sal says Raymond Ibrahim just made a video about this topic too. He will debate Jay Smith. Can you clarify what you mean by will? Like, is he wants to, or Jay has agreed to? Because obviously those are not the same things. Either way, I will attempt to get in contact with him. It would be good to be on the same page there. All right. So got one comment from White Panda that I wanted to address real quick here. And then we got a number of questions. Sorry, White Trash Panda. Sometimes absence of evidence is evidence of absence. For example, I can confidently claim there's no alligators in my house. How's that? Because I can walk through my house and I don't see any. So when we're talking about history, it's always going to be it's going to be a weak argument. The level of weakness can vary depending on the claim, but it's always going to be a weak argument because history by very nature is very incomplete. It's not the same thing as, making a claim about the contemporary world. When you make a claim about history, you're relying on documents that have been preserved, and there might have been other documents that said differently. The documents could be inaccurate, all kinds of things along those lines. So it depends on what the claim being made is. If it's something like, the Nazareth example, where you're talking about a tiny little town, you wouldn't expect there to be massive evidence of it. Incidentally, the same applies to Mecca. Right, it's a tiny little town. You wouldn't expect there to be massive evidence of it.
And recently, they had to do a renovation somewhere with a church or something, and they were able to dig up the floor. And they're like, "Oh, I guess there was a house here after all. Never mind. We feel stupid." just so you guys know. Okay, so let me someone wanted.
I got a bunch of questions for you, Mary. People have asked.
Well, someone asked, Jack Ray said something about the title. There is no title. Let me talk about how it is. And this is another one.
So you're not going to let me ask the audience questions. You're just going to get.
Okay. All right. I want to answer that question for Jack Ray. Dang it. I really wanted to bring it up in the debate, but I didn't have time. But go ahead.
All right. So I got the title thing from Jack Ray. It's in the queue, but we're going to go in order out of fairness. And the first question actually was from also from White Trash Panda, but asked before there's other comments that I wanted to address. Can you clarify your argument about codex versus manuscript versus book? They're all the same by definition. If you look up the definition of codex, the first and primary says a manuscript or book.
Okay,
so,
yes. I understand the question. So the issue is that our modern terms are different than ancient terms. If you look at St. Augustine's City of God, right? You'll have chapter 1, or you'll have book 1, book 2, book 3, book 10 of the City of God will be in the same physical bound volume. If you buy City of God in a modern edition, it's only one bound text. A book is a self-standing unit, usually on a single topic, often within a larger work. So when Augustine wrote The City of God, he wrote it in a number of books. And you would take these separate books and bind them into codices. And a codex or a volume is the physical thingy that you're holding. The surat, to any ancient person out who is in a literate culture, each work would be considered a book to them because it's self-standing. Like, it doesn't, one chapter has to lead right into the next for it to be chapters. And then a book is like, here's my one topic within my larger work. I finished with that topic. I go to the next one. It did have to do with the physical state and how they were produced and circulated. A lot of times you'd finish one book and then people would start copying out that book. And then you finish the next book and people would start copying out that book. And then finally the whole thing would be bound, and it might be bound into one volume. It might be bound into 2. It might be bound into 4, depending on how many books there are total and how big the codex would be at the end. So when these folks are talking, they are using the term of book because they're talking about religious texts. What do they think of as books as religious texts? typically multiple books are bound into one codex to a Jew or a Christian. You would have a Torah book that would have all 5 books together, bound. In the same way, might have a gospel book that had the 4 gospels and usually Acts 2 bound. And that would be a codex, but you talk about the book of Mark or the book of Luke or the book of John, and they're different books. They would treat the surah the same way. As for the word Quran, the Quran itself does not call itself as an entire work a Quran. A Quran is a narrative within it. And the earliest term up through the end of the 8th century appears to be most commonly Furqan rather than Quran. But now, guess what? There is a surah called Al-Furqan, and the whole thing is called a Quran. So a single surah might have been called Quran, like the one that has Joseph in it, because it starts out with the, I will tell you a Quran that's better than any Quran that you've ever had at the beginning, right? So, and yes, Serial Bowl exactly says that the Lord of the Rings consists of 6 books and 3 volumes, and that's precisely right. So, and so, no. So a codex is a physically bound book. It is the format of a book that has pages in it and is bound together. Before Christianity, the Christians were really early adopters of codices in the codex format. Before that, it was scrolls. So I'm not sure why you're going to like modern definitions for things, because yes, a codex is an early manuscript book made of bound pages. That is correct. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the point is, like, don't get too hung up on the terms.
Well,
but Robert was getting hung up on the terms, right?
Robert was confused and assumed that the word book meant a codex. And at this time, when we're talking about handwritten things, that's what a codex is. A codex is a handwritten bound volume, right?
Mm-hmm. But the term book wouldn't necessarily mean the same thing, is what you're saying.
So, like, a book could be in any format. It could be bound as a codex. It could be with 15 other books in a codex. Like, it wasn't a term for a physical thing. Now we just call them books because what else do we have it in? Like, nobody has scrolls anymore. Nobody even thinks of scrolls. So everything's in a book. And so we just go, oh, this book is in a book, right? And so the word got, but biblia means what? It means books for a reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, exactly. So codex is specifically pages, right? That's the key word here, is the pages. And it's in contrast to a scroll, which could contain the exact same writing. So codex is more specific than book, in other words.
And you could have a really big scroll that has multiple books on it. So you can have the Torah scroll has 5 books.
All right. So let's move on to the next question here from David K. Are we here to destroy Robert Spencer and his arguments?
I don't want to destroy Robert Spencer. I only want to destroy Muhammad mythicism. I like Robert Spencer. I want him to argue for other things because it is a distraction. It causes you to misinterpret texts and to not pay attention to things that are really important because you're presupposing that this is written by intelligent people who are literate instead of listening to what it's actually saying. So you give them all kinds of grace and reinterpret everything for them when you shouldn't be. And you're promoting people who are against Christianity, and they're just using Islam to attack Christianity in the most ridiculous way. I mean, it's absurd. The idea that there was no orthodoxy that was perceptible in the 7th century is insane. But that's what they want. They're trying to push this mini Christianities idea all the way into late antiquity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this isn't personal, right? And it's not just, and the reason we're discussing it and debating it and bringing it up is because it is very important, right? We're not just like, oh, you know, let's go after Robert for some reason. I don't like him. In fact, I do like Robert, and Mary likes Robert as well. That's not what this is about. Or, you know, same with Jay. I like Jay personally. He's a great missionary in his passion for the Lord and such. We just think that this is a very unwise argument for Christians to be making, that Muhammad didn't exist for various reasons, the reasons Mary already put out there. And then I'll just add that it's way easier for Muslims to respond to not take seriously than other arguments, because it is, frankly, kind of just laughable, the suggestion that there is no historical figure behind this religion, and people always get mad, but the only alternative is that there is a conspiracy to create the religion. I'm sorry, that's the correct word for it. And so
yep,
either there's a conspiracy to create this religion out of nothing, or there's a historical origin of it. And the idea that there isn't a historical origin is just not at all credible. It is ultimately in the same ballpark as Jesus mythicism. And just like Christians don't take atheists who make such ridiculous arguments seriously, Muslims don't take Christians or anyone else who makes Muhammad mythist arguments seriously. It's not a effective attack on their false god. All right, so next question here. Also from David, since Yasser Qadi obliterated Hadith reliability, how does that affect your view on Muhammad's existence given the Hadith? Most
zero,
on
because
Mo.
people keep misrepresenting this over and over and over again. What?
Yeah. So real quick, before similar comment from Weird Stuff, all Islamic accounts are untrustworthy academically. Yasser Qadi. That's not what he said.
That's not what he said.
Nor is he saying anything different than what has always been said in academia.
Yeah. So I want everyone to listen carefully. Robert Spencer misrepresented this as well. It's not a good look for us to overstate what he said. What he said was what? That the isnad, the sciences of hadith, are not taken seriously. No one takes the sciences of hadith, as stupid as the word science is, for the activity that's going on.
I mean, it's an old-fashioned word. In academia, it's an old-fashioned word just for knowledge. So
they're using it deliberately. They chose it recently.
Yeah, well, I mean that's its original meaning, but yeah, they wanted to sound like, you know, scientific method, but it's not. Anyway, continue.
And Groovy Granny, Jay Smith was actually right whenever he said that Muhammad and his people were jealous of the Jews and Christians because the pagans only had stones. They were pagans, they only had stones. They were jealous. He was right when he said that. He's kind of gone off the path since then. So, yes, the chains of narration have no reliability whatsoever. And what's unfortunate is that by introducing this explicit mechanism, they actually introduced a way that made it easier to fabricate things than you would be otherwise. Because otherwise you get something and it's like, just has somebody's name on it, and you'd look at it critically and see, is it realistic that it's from them? Where is it from? Where was it found? And you think about it for a while and not just go, sure, I'll take that. But if you get something that has a really nice chain on it, you might be tempted to just take it, right? And yes, it is about the historical method that verifies or doesn't verify the ahadith. It's not saying that all ahadith are fake. No, it's saying that you cannot use these chains of narration. Nobody's going to listen to them. Nobody cares about them. Mm-hmm. And I certainly don't. Yeah.
So what Qadi is technically saying is that the historical method does not correspond with the Hadith science with the Isnad method, right? Saying that using the historical method, you come to the one conclusion about what's more reliable among, say, the entire body of Hadith, which would include many things graded as Da'if or Hassan. And then you'll come to a conclusion about, some of these are authentic, some of these are not, or at least are more likely to be authentic. And then the Isnad method gives you a completely different set. So what he's saying is that the two methods don't correspond to one another. And that academia's opinion is that the Isnad method is completely and totally useless. And he's saying, as Muslims, we believe in the methodology, but he's not actually talking about the contents as a whole, right? He's not saying that scholars say that the Hadith are complete nonsense. I know that he kind of said those exact words, but that's not actually his argument. If you watch the whole thing, it's about the methodology, not about the Hadith themselves. As usual, he sticks his foot in his mouth and makes a very embarrassing statement, but that's Yasser Qadhi for you. His actual argument is and it's actually part of a broader argument. If you watch the whole talk, his whole talk is basically all forms of Islam are valid. It doesn't matter what you believe. And so it's in the context of Salafis putting a very high emphasis on Hadith. And he's saying, well, there's different ideas about how important the Hadith should be. Other people say that the Sirah literature should be super important, right? The biographies of Muhammad. Hadith are not biographies of Muhammad. Which is especially interesting in light of this discussion where people are saying, well, the Hadith are gone, then we don't know anything about Muhammad, except the Hadith are just sayings of Muhammad. They only give you incidental biographical details.
Yeah. Well, I would say that the Sirah in general, most of the Sirah literature is older. And because he's trying to create a narrative, you're kind of forced to fill in holes a lot of times. And so if you have something and it's there, you're going to put it in, even though otherwise you might be like, I don't think I'm going to write this one down. So it's useful for that in particular. I really quite like that. And no, that is Miguel Serreta. That is not true.
Mary, stop trying to respond to things as soon as they're said. We got a list.
All right.
Next question. How would y'all refute the Muhammad not equal Muhammad thing, or Mahomet even? I'm sorry if I missed that part of the debate. So and that's very good. That's actually very persuasive. One of Robert's arguments was something along the lines of, well, the names in these different texts are slightly different, so we can't actually say they're about the same person.
And first of all, I tackled that directly at the beginning by talking about the written name of the name Muhammad. The written form of the name Muhammad. And then later, whenever I mentioned that variants show that the people who are writing down the name are not familiar with this Arabic name in its form. They're hearing something slightly different and writing it down. And so you get slight variants because that's how it feels more like correct to them, shall we say. One big thing that is that, and I just flatly said, it is not a title. It never shows up at a title. It didn't really come up again, and he didn't tackle me on it. And I think it's because he couldn't come up with an example of one outside. He did the coins. And I'm like, you're going to Islamic material again. I'm telling you that before Islam, this was not a name or title in this area. I want pre-Islamic material from this area. And he was a bit, he couldn't come up with anything because
he did bring up the Yemeni inscription.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Northern Arabia, and I'll talk about the Yemeni inscription in a second, but let's talk about the North first, okay? So first, can it be a title grammatically? No. Just like we say Alexander the Great, we don't say Alexander Great. You'd expect Alexander Great, that'd be like his last name, the way it works in English. Well, in Arabic and in Old South Arabian and in Hebrew and in Aramaic, they all have determinatives too. They all have articles. They all have the. So if it is Muhammad, it would have to be al-Muhammad. And there are names, tons of names that have al in front of them as titles. They're called laqab. So it's a laqab is a title that someone has in addition to, or sometimes instead of, a name, because some names will start out as titles and then they'll be used for years and the title part will just drop out and then you'll just have the name. For example, Abbas is now a name more commonly than it is or is now in the name form more commonly than it's given in the title form, which is Al-Abbas. Muhammad's uncle, he was called Al-Abbas, the frowner. He wasn't just called frowner, but because it was used so many years, it just became a regular name because it was used as a name. If it's being used without the article, it's being used only as a name, period. Secondly, unfortunately, Robert Spencer and Jay Smith, neither one of them have checked up on the Pop-Volcker thesis. Or Pop-Oleg thesis, rather. A guy named Volcker Pop came up with the idea or created the narrative that the word or the HMD root and MHMD could possibly mean something like chosen one or Messiah. Okay, so how he does the root only ever means the most precious, the most desirable, or the best, the most excellent, the most awesome, right? That's all it means in any of the northern Semitic languages. Never means anything else, ever. What he did is he went to a lexicon of Ugaritic, and in that lexicon, it translated a word from Ugaritic to English as the best, comma, the choicest. Then he played free word association and went, oh, choicest. Well, its root is the word choice, and choice can also take the word chosen. You can't go from best to chosen. They do not have the same meaning. That is an illegitimate method. And he jumped back into Ugaritic and said, oh, it means chosen, so it means Messiah, not just in this Ugaritic language dialect of Canaanite, but it totally means that in Hebrew. No evidence of this, not a shred, not one instance is it ever used this way. Then Oleg, who uses the same types of methods as Pop, just declared that a Syriac word with the same root, with the MHMD form, was used messianically in Aramaic. And it doesn't. It isn't. It never has been, not even once. It has the meaning of the praised one. It doesn't. It hasn't ever. And he went from chosen one Messiah to praised one and just said it was. He just said, no, it means this. Based on what? It doesn't even exist. And then this is the name of the source for Muhammad. Down there, that excerpt right there, those are screenshots from the Syriac dictionary, okay? Where you go in and you can type in the consonantal forms and everything and find out anytime they appear what they mean. So just the root itself without the M, the maful form at the beginning, without the M before it, or it'd be maful if it were in Arabic. I don't know what it's called in Syriac, but it just means to desire, precious object, that's it. That's all you get. So you go to the other form and it means, and it only occurs once ever in the entire lexicon. No more time. One time in the history of Aramaic and Syriac was this word ever used. And it was used in a Jewish text that talks about the desires of our eyes. So it means desires again, the desires of our eyes. Mm-hmm. And yet Oleg is claiming that this was a word that was used messianically. Wasn't. It was used of people. It wasn't. It meant the praised one. Wasn't. And was a source for the name Muhammad. Wasn't. It's just untrue. He just says it. And this is repeated by Robert. And this is repeated by Jay. And this is repeated by Mel. And this is repeated by several other people. Just repeat this. I saw this and I'm like, oh, what's his source? And his source was that he made it up. That was his source. He just said it. It's true. So that's not something that I was going to have time. If anything was brought up, I just would have said, no, it's not. Here's the lexicon. That word is never used as a name, and it's used only once ever as a word, and it just means a desire as a masculine noun, masculine nominative desire, like the desires of our eyes. So.
And so then we did have a related question, which I'll go ahead and take right away, from Semowi. Says, can you please address the JA 10
perfect
1028 Sabiic inscription, which says by the Lord of the Jews by the Muhammad? So this would be the I know, but this would be the Yemeni inscription that we were referring to, and Robert brought up in the debate. I very briefly said, I think,
the word "the" isn't there, first of all. And secondly, this is a normal form of signatures that are on several other stones at the same time. At the end, like if someone told you to make an inscription, at the end, the scribe would say by whose authority he's doing it, and then he would sign by his own name. This is a signature of the scribe. And the people who are claiming that this is a title darn well know that this is normally a signature of a scribe. And they go to this one really poorly written one text that says Rahman, and it doesn't say by the Lord of the Jews. It just says Lord of the Jews by Muhammad. They're distorting it a little bit with that translation too. But it's the other one says the Rahman, and then they read it as by the Lord of the Jews. But the problem is that letter that could be by is super messed up, is not clear at all, and actually appears to be al. And at this time, and the less literate ones, we were in a transition period between the Himyarite languages and dialects and things into Arabic, and people who were trying to write in Himyarite would end up writing with parts of Arabic grammar. And this one could not be to individuals because Rahman is the Lord of the Jews in all the other inscriptions. They're the same person. So you can't have the Rahman by the Lord of the Jews or with the Lord of the Jews or whatever. Like you can't have two. So they go to this one obscure, very poorly written thing, make a supposition that it's two individuals about it that is impossible based on everything else. But this is a normal form of a signature. And again, if that had been really pushed on during the debate, I would have just said, that's the normal form of a signature. The first part is the authority, and the last part is a scribe. That's the scribe signing this by the authority of God the Father, who's the Lord of the Jews.
Noon Walter says, I forgot to like up front. Yeah, shame on you. Make sure to like this video, everyone. So we do have a live caller that I'm going to bring up.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Oh, Mary wants a second here. So I've added Kay to the stream, but Mary is stepping away for just 1 second. So let me take a super chat to give her a chance to return from Scott.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples coming your way. Scott wants to grow. I guess it should be Scott wants to grow apple trees. He says, God bless you guys. Peace and love to you all. Thank you very much for your financial support there. Mary, you back?
Yep.
All right. So, Kay, what is your question for Mary?
Actually,
you're breaking up.
So whenever Quran,
unfortunately, you're breaking up really bad.
Okay, wait.
like super, super badly. If you type in your question, we'll definitely do it. But otherwise, you got to go to a place where you got better reception. Like I can't even tell whether or not you're male or female.
All right. We'll give Kay a chance to either type that in or reconnect. In the meantime, oh wait, looks like they're reconnecting right away. So
let's give it a try. Give it a try.
It hasn't connected all the way.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
Yeah. All right. It looks like, oh, there it goes. All right. I'm going to go ahead and add him. Oh, welcome back, Kay. Let's see if it's any better this time.
Hello.
Yes.
Is it good now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So there are two questions regarding the prophet in the Quran. So whenever the name of the Muhammad came, like 4 times, so it was in the past tense. But whenever the prophet without the name comes in Quran, it is in present tense. So that is one case. Another is that whenever you see the verses where Muhammad came in 4 times, I guess. So if you read the verses above and the after first and the first and the last one, if you skip the Muhammad, it actually makes sense. It is actually makes more sense if you skip the Muhammad verse. So there are two questions. So what do you think about it?
So two questions. Let me rephrase it just to make sure I got it right, and then Mary can answer. The first question is the 4 times that the name Muhammad occurs in the Quran, all 4 times it's in the past tense, whereas most of the verses about the messenger are in the present tense. Why the difference, I believe, is the question.
So Muhammad is not the father of any of you men is present tense. So Muhammad is not always past tense. And additionally, I mean, that one's very, very telling that this is a guy who's staying in front of you. That, oh, he's a messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets. I'm not a father of any of you. That is part of his fighting with his followers during. So what happened was Muhammad said whenever he divorced all of his wives and was threatening them and was telling them they could never get remarried, right? You remember that event? Well, the Quran used to say that the mothers of the companions, or excuse me, his wives are the mothers of the believers, and the prophet or Muhammad is their father, is what it used to say. Then he said, because they are the mothers of believers, if I divorce them, you can't marry them because that would be incest. And people went, wait a second, but you're our father. Are we doing incest if you're our father? And so Muhammad's like, I have another revelation. That part needs to be thrown out. And now Allah is saying, Muhammad is not the father of any of you men. You can't call me father. So that is...
The second question there was that if you take out, I think the word Muhammad, but possibly the whole sentence,
whole verse.
Whole verse. Okay, so take out the whole verse that contains the word Muhammad, then the narrative will still read fine. It won't be, any distortion, which could indicate that these are interpolations, is the idea.
Well, I mean, so much is an interpolation. You have to understand that about huge amounts of the verses in the Quran. Muhammad would recite it. He would say, oh, I have new revelation from Allah, and he'd stick it in somewhere. Sometimes it would be a verse, sometimes it would be longer. The one that I was giving as example that, Allah, Muhammad is not the father of any of you men. Well, that's the only thing he wanted to say at that moment. So it's very fitting that it's standing by itself. And Surah 33 particularly has many, many verses that are just a catastrophe of just verse inserted here, verse inserted there, because things were just not going well for him. And so he was needing to get lots and lots of revelation. I really do think, let's put it this way. If I were able to edit something, I wouldn't put in clunky things. It's because Muhammad's own theology of the Quran and that he's standing there is that he isn't able to massage things and make them fit better. That's why there are all these weird breaks and gaps. If you had the power to put in an entire new verse and people would just be like, okay, yeah, fine, then you would have the power to fix the things around it and make it fit. That's how editing works. Maybe it wouldn't fit perfectly, but the edges would be smoothed over way more.
All right. So any follow-up that you want to get in there, Kay?
Actually, I was asking, the base was that. So I was actually asking, is it highly, isn't it highly likely that the character of Muhammad was actually put in there to fit some actually narrative, and the Quran actually was something else, and it turned out to be something else
No, it's
over
not.
time.
Well, I mean, Muhammad himself revised it as he went through. It is not realistic that anyone else had any major hand in revising it. For example, the narratives of the different events, they don't match a biblical narrative. Well, none of the narratives match. Whenever they have details, they're taken from non-biblical things, but they're also not taken from written materials. If you have the ability to make things match, make things line up, then, I mean, you wouldn't make it bad on purpose. And for a literate person to be involved in this, they would have to be making it bad on purpose. And I don't think that's realistic. I think it's as bad as it is because it is from Muhammad. I don't think it's
But,
realistic for there to be another editor who made it better.
No, I was actually saying that it meant actually something else in, I guess, in Syriac, and in Arabic
Oh.
it means something else,
Got it. So
I guess.
this is the Syro-Aramaic argument. First of all, it cannot be any language except for Arabic. The text is Arabic. The rasam is Arabic. It cannot be read in Aramaic. They have different grammatical forms. They are different. Second, the person who came up with this theory he would just say, a lot of this is difficult, but he wasn't actually picking things that were particularly difficult for the most part. He was just picking things that he didn't like. The things that are difficult to understand in the Quran are the poetic stuff, like by the sweepers. Well, what are the sweepers? Like, you can understand that the word sweeper, but what is a sweeper, right? And so there were different opinions. Well, are the sweepers stars? Are they sweeping of necks of animals grazing? What does this word mean? That's the kind of thing that you get a lot of questions on in the Quran. It's not the theological things.
You mean in the tafsir, right? The tafsir.
Well, yeah, in the tafsir, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's the kind of thing that's in the Quran that creates a lot of questions in the tafsir, right? So if you go to a tafsir and you open it up about a certain verse, there'll be questions about, like, if it had a second deeper meaning. There'll be arguments over that sometimes theologically. But the literal meaning, people rarely have questions about unless it's Allah swearing by something and trying to be really poetic.
So let me provide a counter example here, Mary. I believe that in the story of the seven sleepers, the one word is just like completely unknown in Arabic, right? So every tafsir, I forget the word itself, but every tafsir is saying something different, which is how you end up getting a dog in the story, right? Because some people think it might mean a dog. It probably actually is a Syriac word that means like plate with inscribed names on it, something along those lines. So wouldn't that be an example? And
that is
of
fair.
the counter.
Yeah.
And why? And why is that why would it occur in that instance?
Okay, so that's a good example. There are some
I
words
guess
that are borrowed.
I guess
Well, here I'm explaining why. I'm explaining why those words, the ones that are Syriac, are generally clearly identifiable, first of all, or another language. And Muhammad did borrow words from the Jews in specific instances that he thought sounded really holy and special and like religious. So, like the word for keys of paradise, the word for keys, he didn't use the usual Arabic word. He used the word from Aramaic that had been borrowed from the Bible because that's like a religious term. So, to show that he was knowledgeable and to show how much he knew about theology, he would borrow these words. But a lot of times he didn't understand what they meant. So, there's the word olim in Hebrew and then later in Aramaic for ages. But Muhammad, poor Muhammad, borrowed it as alamin and thinks that it means sentient beings instead of ages. So instead of being Lord of the ages, like of all time, of all times and places is basically what it means in Hebrew. Suddenly he's Lord of all the sentient beings, the jinn and men and angels, right? Because he heard something, he thought he knew what it meant, and it didn't quite. Another one is furqan, which actually means salvation, but nobody knows what it means. And in that one instance, that word is understandable to people who are knowledgeable, but what do you not get? You don't get like things where the whole thing is recast in another language and it tells a different story. He's just choosing really special words to sound really knowledgeable, but people don't always know what they mean. Shekinah is another one. They have no idea what Shekinah means.
But there is a huge problem with whatever the current narrative of Islam is, because all it is based on hadith actually. All the tafsirs are based on hadith, sirats are based on hadith, and hadith are written 200, 250, 150 years later. So,
and that's not
how
true.
any of these makes sense?
Hang on, Kate. That's just not true. The most popular editions were published that much later, but the writing began with at the latest, the generation after of the kids of Muhammad's companions were writing things. They were writing, and the generation after that were publishing books, of which excerpts do survive. I didn't have time to correct Robert Spencer, but he kind of he played the little game where you talk about earliest surviving. Where you talk about the earliest surviving manuscript left over versus when the text was actually written. So he played a switcheroo on that. But Malik ibn Anas, he published before, he was an old man in like, what was it, 785-ish when he got killed. So maybe 770s, he's published his book. And he published a collection of a hadith that survives to this day. Like, it's here. So the most famous one, which involved more completeness and searching around and deciding what was what, is later. But they were written long before, and they were in individual groups here, there, other places. And there were published hadith collections, one of which is still in circulation, still in use. So it's just not true. And
so
yes,
this is the same Anas which is very popular in hadith, current hadith in Bukhari and Muslims. So those hadiths are published by Anas himself and later added by the
Malik
Bukhari and
ibn
Muslim.
Anas, not Anas.
Malik. Okay. Malik ibn Anas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Malik's son of Abbas. So a generation later.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
It's more than one generation. It's a different Anas too.
Oh, it's a different Malik.
Yeah,
okay.
but I don't know.
I don't
remember who is
Anas, but yeah.
Okay, it was the clan of Umayyah, who was the Banu Taym of the Quraysh, is who it was. So he's from a fairly obscure Qurayshi tribe. This guy.
I guess I'm confused now because there are various popular hadiths which is written like reported by Anas. So which Anas you are talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about Malik ibn Anas, not Anas said this, who walked around with Muhammad.
Okay. Got it.
Thomas LaFontaine said they just subscribed. Thank you very much for that. And We got Chris at Speaker's Corner joining the chat,
So
as well as the weird stuff. I brought both of you up since you're both well known to me, and I figured you probably didn't. You might have questions. If you have questions, by all means, let's hear those. But I thought maybe you just wanted to join the chat as well. So, Chris, you joined first. Did you have a specific question, or did you just want to hop on here and contribute?
Kind of. Yeah, a bit of both, I guess. I thought it was really interesting, and I've been following this for a while. It kind of came up as well at the NAPC conference, which happened back in June. We had people talking about what we can say about the historical Muhammad. But when I hear this, a great debate, by the way, Mary. I think you did a really awesome job presenting your side there, and I think Robert did as well. And it was great to see. Really good to like as a way of getting that information out there. The way I see it though is I see it a bit kind of like the recent question we've had as to whether or not Muslims and Christians worship the same God, and there's a question of identity. And I think questions like this tend to kind of depend on what you mean by identity. What do you mean by Muhammad? Like, what do you mean by that exactly? So if I said, I don't believe the Muhammad of Islam, as in what, let's say, Sunni Islam teaches, for example, I don't think that Muhammad existed. Now, that's like a good starting point, right? Would you challenge that, or would you agree to that?
well, it depends on what you mean. If you mean the child who was born 4 years after his mom died, whom his grandfather refused to recognize and give a family name, who refused to pay his mother to support him and would rather pay a Bedouin woman to nurse him, who was then returned to his mother because the nurse thought he was possessed by a demon, that Muhammad probably existed in that form. Like, all of those things are most likely true because there are things that are grasping to explain why this happened in the sources. Like, they still have what happened, but they're like, they recast it into this nice little pretty thing. Except they forget to take out the part where Muhammad's mom is like, oh, do you think he's possessed by demons? And the nurse is like, yes. Like, supposedly, like, this angel comes up to him and they're like, oh, he's super special. But then she goes to the mother and the mother's like, oh, you think he's possessed by demons? And she's like, yes. And so it's like, don't quite whitewash it well enough.
So, I mean, let's take it one step higher, just to give a foundation we can probably, I assume, both agree on. You don't think there was an angel that came in this example, right? You don't think that the miraculous is actually historical in this context, in this story, right?
I think he had a genuine sleep demon, paralysis demon event, because he has a whole bunch throughout his life that are rather dramatically described. So I think he was prone to sleep paralysis demon type events and ascribed one of these. But I think that might not have been something that he reported at the time, though. Okay. That this was something that he later retrojected, like, oh, I'm a prophet because this thing happened 4 years ago or 5 years ago.
So Chris was actually talking about the childhood narrative there, right? That you don't think that an angel came and gave an explanation, right? You almost explicitly said that is the explanation they added. You answered it like for a full
sorry. No, I misunderstood what the narrative was. I spoke the narrative wrong. Sorry. So what happened, according to the new version, is that the nurse saw Muhammad out in the wilderness and saw an angel, and they decided to do the washing of the heart story. They do it 3 times in the sources, washing his heart, and then she hurried back and dumped the kid on the mom, and the mom's reaction was, oh, you think he's possessed, don't you? And so I don't think that there was any angel that she saw, but I think that she genuinely saw something that concerned her and went, take that kid back. Sorry.
Yeah, that makes sense. I agree with you there in that I obviously don't think there was a genuine miraculous aspect to that story that occured, because I mean, if I did, I think I'd have to believe in Islam, right?
Well, so you shouldn't even believe in it if you were a Muslim, because then why is Muhammad suddenly surprised when he's in the cave and he gets squeezed and supposedly gets this message, right? He's only surprised if no one thought he was special and he didn't think he was special. So you have certain things that they want to fluff the story with to iron out the embarrassing and negative stuff and try to prove that he's super special. But then you have the supposedly formative moments, and that this moment has no knowledge of the other moments, and that's important. So when I read the Hadith and I want to know what really happened, and I just had a discussion about Waraka, for instance, right? Waraka was supposed to affirm him. He's a Christian who said that he was truly a prophet of God, etc., etc. But there's good evidence that Waraka never told anyone that Muhammad was a prophet, because we have Waraka saying to Muhammad that if I live to see your day, I will support you. That implies that he didn't live to see his day and didn't support him because he dies soon after, right? But we also have another hadith where Muhammad is supposedly telling Khadijah that he saw a dream of Waraka and he was wearing white robes, and he wouldn't be wearing white robes if he was going to hellfire, so he has to be in Jannah. Muhammad kept having dreams of this sort of stuff for the people who died before he declared himself to be a prophet or was recognized as a prophet or anyone followed him as a prophet. So that means that Waraka supporting him might be part of a myth that he just told people, and it's just not true.
Okay.
So
that seems like a genuine his potential explanation of the background of that story and how that story came to be. But do you think you can verify that historically?
So what I look for if I'm evaluating a hadith is I look for each one actually was transmitted as a little story independent of others. And if events are important, then they lock together and they inform one another because they form part of the experience of various people. If something happens that should be significant and there's like nobody ever talks about it any other time or remembers it, there's no repercussions, there's nothing that happens, then it's going to be fluffy. You know, it's probably just made up, like even any other things aside. But when you have things that stitch together and tell a narrative that's very, very clear and that you'd have no reason to make up the individual stories, then you begin that really weighs into it being authentic. You do not find in ancient sources elaborate forgeries. No one was doing that at this time. Nobody was doing anything like really technical, difficult kind of thing. They were just telling a story and putting somebody's name on it. And this is true everywhere in the world. They were not doing elaborate, multi-layered, super technical, whatever. It was not sophisticated. So, for example, you get to Medina. You discover that everybody gets sick. They get terrible fevers. Then you find another hadith about a woman coming up to Muhammad and going, Muhammad, I'm having this terrible fever. Please help me. And then Muhammad goes, please heal me. Pray to Allah and have me healed. And Muhammad goes, oh, I can pray to Allah and have you healed, or I can promise you that you will go to Jannah if you bear this. Of course, what does she choose? She chooses Jannah. So Muhammad's covering for the fact that he can't perform miracles, and then he's coming up with the excuse, oh, you get Jannah. And then that evolves into a theology that Allah sends temporal suffering on you as a blessing because it expurgates your sins and it gets you all these benefits in Jannah. So, and then he tells, and while he's sick with the cold, or with the flu, you know, people are like, why is the prophet sick? He's like, oh, the prophets, they suffer twice as much as other men because Allah loves them so much that they get all these benefits. And then he starts telling these stories about all these ways supposed prophets died. He said, and one of them was bitten to death by fleas. And sometime later, we don't know when, we find Ka'b standing over a pot of food, scratching at his hair with like lice falling into the food. Why is he just sitting there with lice? Why isn't he treating them? Why isn't he cutting his hair? He doesn't want to lose the benefits that Allah told, or that Muhammad told him and get because of the lice. And so then you find Muhammad going, oh, do they really torment you? And he goes, yes, they do. And then he says, oh, well then shave your head and sacrifice and give charity. And the first time I read that, I'm like, why on earth are you sacrificing giving charity after cutting your hair because of fleas? Is there something wrong with that? What's going on? And then later when I learned the other ones, I'm like, oh my goodness, he is doing that so that he continues to get all the benefits he would have gotten from being tormented by the lice that Allah sent. So you keep the benefits by doing charity, but you can shave your hair because it was just messing with the way people were living. So these kinds of things cannot possibly be fabrications. They just in the historical context of and I have read history from early Sumerian literature, ancient Chinese, the kinds of stuff that people are putting out in the Assyrian Empire to say how cool their emperors were, or the Shahs were, and why everybody should, like, I have read so much ancient literature. This is not anything like anything that has ever been forged. It has every trait of authenticity, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I guess I I agree with that, but to me it doesn't seem clear that we can kind of make this dichotomy between something is an intentional fabrication and the alternative being it's historical. I don't think it's as clear cut as that. I think there's a lot more gray involved, and I think you can very easily have no intent at all. Like, people aren't intending to make stuff up or to come up with these narratives to make them appear true to other people, so they believe there really was this person called Muhammad who did these things. But you can have people that mistakenly come to beliefs in many other ways, and if you give enough time and enough of a reason to be inclined to certain beliefs, not because they're particularly historical, maybe they're not the most obvious of things that happened, but they're very beneficial, perhaps politically or socially, or it has great theological benefit, or it's honoring Muhammad, or whatever it might be. I think there's another category here that we're kind of overlooking, which is that, yeah, you can just have people who are mistaken.
Well, so there's kind of like the convincing yourself that something's true that isn't true, right? That's the honoring Muhammad thing, right? There's also the mistaken. There's not every hadith that you can tell whether or not details are mistaken, and people misremember things, but that's true of any history, right? But one example was actually one of my favorite ones, is Robert's favorite example of what he thinks is unreliable, which is the 3 stories of the man who shoots someone during a battle. The man that he shoots falls, and then his genitals are exposed, and Muhammad laughs. This happens at one of 2 places, according to the reports. It either happens at Uhud, or it happens at the Battle of the Trench. And the reason why there's this difference is, like, people honestly couldn't remember, but we know it's Uhud because the previous event that's only in some of them, that was kind of left out because it wasn't as interesting, or maybe because it was embarrassing, or maybe because they didn't like humiliating a woman, right? Is that Muhammad's nurse, Barakah, Ayman, someone shot at her with an arrow, and it hit her skirt and may have even hurt her. She didn't die from it or anything, but she might have even gotten a minor injury. Well, she's not a fighter. She's tending to the wounded, and this man shot at her on purpose. And then Muhammad turns to the companion and says, "Shoot him." Well, we know that it happened at Uhud because that's the only place where the women stopped coming out of the Battle of the Trench. They weren't there. So sometimes you can tell. Other times, what if I didn't have those various accounts? I only had the Battle of the Trench story. Well, I would think just because of the structure of the story, the type of story it is, that it would be something that someone would be very proud of individually and remember. And so I would put it in the likely historical, and I would have just assigned it to the trench because that's when it came down. But that detail could be wrong. Lots of details can be wrong, but lots of details about lots of historical people can be wrong too. So it's not a unique Islamic problem. I'm not saying that we have super certainty about everything. But then the other thing is the buffing up of stuff. That actually tends to be a bit more a bit more visible, because if you know what all of the early groups are within the Islamic Ummah, like who and what they were warring over, then you go, this looks like this would be really appealing to this theology. Let's see if there's a conflicting one. And if there is a directly conflicting one, you're like, people were messing with this. And sometimes it's just silly. Like, again, these are not sophisticated forgers if they're actually forging things. So they will have Muhammad like condemn a group that does not exist yet and doesn't have a name. The Qadariya are evil. Do not follow their ways. The Qadarites will destroy this ummah, and just like throw completely. But that's the thing. A lot of the stuff that are forgeries like that, historically, at this time in history, they're typically quite transparent if you're a knowledgeable person. And I kind of see that in this too.
Do you mean like knowledgeable person at that time? Or?
Oh, no. Well, if you were, the thing is, people weren't as skeptical then. They would accept, very often they would accept forgeries more readily as a group, as a whole. And they did have a level of skepticism, but from now, knowing when Muhammad died and naming a party, theological party that doesn't develop until after he died. But one of the interesting things is that all of the theological parties who have a stake in anything and anything that's fabricated, they're all 7th century parties. You don't have anybody who shows up in the 8th century who has a hadith that are fabricated pro or against them. It's the Qadarites and it's a Qadariya that have things that are fabricated against them and against their views. You don't have anything from the 8th century. Again, that points to the fact that Jawad actually said, it was right around 714 or something like that things started being written down. That's untrue. That's when publications started being made in a limited scale. Things were written down by that second generation. People were making their own private copy of stuff. But here's where this is going to like really blow your mind probably. So Muhammad thought that a book, like a kitab, a written work, not a codex, a written work, is either scripture or fabricated. So you can have like letters, you can have records, you can have poems, all these other things. But the category of book, it's either scripture or it's a fabrication. So the generation, Muhammad's generation, the generation right after them, refused to compile anything for publication, specifically because of that insane theological belief.
Interesting. I mean, to me, I just don't see we have any capacity to verify Islamic traditions about this person called Muhammad. I really struggle to do that. That's why I wouldn't put much value on Hadith or Sirah material at all. I mean, keep in mind, this is different to saying it definitely didn't happen. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I have to be agnostic about it because I have no metric which I can use to validate it. So, for example, I mean, we have narrations that have made their way into Hadith, Sunni Hadith, that are obviously just straight from the biblical text. And for some reason, this managed to pass the sniff test, and people at the time believed this wasn't from the biblical text. It was something Muhammad had originally come up with.
Well, here's the problem, actually, is that Muhammad claimed, like the Quran itself internally, claims to be the biblical text in a different language. That's what it says it is. We're so locked into the fact that it isn't, that we're not listening to what the text says it is. It is a revelation from the heavenly book. It has been sent down before. There's nothing new in it, except Muhammad contradicts that later, and a few things are new in it. But all of this, like story beat by story beat, every verse is called an ayah. Why? Because it is a miracle, because it is corresponding to the singular scripture that exists in multiple languages. So if Muhammad found out some piece of scripture, he would say that, Allah said such and such. Now, the fact that it's only in a hadith and he didn't manage to stick it in the Quran is a point against it, but that people would want to make him say actual scripture is pretty darn likely. But it's more the stuff that is not attached to events is a lot more uncertain than, I went to Muhammad and I told him I have to work outside because my husband's poor and my dress is dragging in the dirt. Can I shorten my dress a little bit so it doesn't drag in the dirt? Like that seems, that's an event and not just this disconnected saying. In general, the disconnected sayings are massively less able to be verified or backed up, and are much less likely to connect to other things. So yeah, there is a level of variability, but I would say the same thing for any other historical figure that has a lot of information about them, or even just one book sometimes.
Well, this is interesting you mentioned that. So what I always have in my mind is, like Jesus mythicism, right? So it's important that we kind of understand where we're coming from as Christians. We know that there's obviously the Jesus mythicist movement, and there have been people in that have said there is no Jesus of any kind historically ever, which is, as Bart Ehrman has called out, that's just nonsense. That's not true at all. And he would probably approach it from the point of view that there is a historical critical method you can apply to the biblical text in some limited capacity, which establishes certain facts about, or I say facts, probabilistic historical events that likely happened. Like there really was someone called Jesus of Nazareth who was crucified, who he went through baptism by someone called John the Baptist. They probably agree with these things, but they obviously wouldn't agree with other stuff, particularly things of the miraculous nature. But then when we try and do this to Islam, I do end up looking at people like Patricia Crone and Michael Cook and their works, because I do think they have the right idea, which was that we need to start looking at Islam from sources, the earliest in particular, and in my opinion, things outside of the Islamic paradigm, to try and understand what Islam was historically and things that we can say with some degree of verifiability.
Well, they backed off all of their claims in their early books. Like in their Hagerism book, they backed off every single one of those and admitted that they were all not untrue.
Yeah, not the methodology though, right?
Well, sort of, because they were abusing this. They were abusing the sources even then, and people are like, you can't do this with the sources we have.
Right, exactly. They basically were writing many decades before. I think it was in the 70s, but forgive me if I've totally butchered that. But they obviously didn't have the sources we have now. So I think they would still advocate for the idea that no, we ought to be looking at Islam from how others see it in the earliest period, and still trying to come up with those ideas. It's just that when Patricia and Michael Cook did it, they jumped the gun, and that hasn't played out nicely in the last few decades.
So one thing that people keep doing is they keep granting these very late ideas that developed over a long time, and they're not listening to what the sources are saying, and they're coming up with conflicts between the sources and the supposed history that are not there. There are some really good works that are looking at the history and are looking at the fact that, one thing that Patricia Crone said that was absolutely true is it's that this whole 350 idol thing in the Kaaba, that's ridiculous because it's never happened ever in the history of the world. Like no holy site is like that where you just throw a bunch of idols around. Every particular building, it was dedicated to one God at this time. So we should only expect one God here. And so it's nonsense to say that there are a bunch. But then guess what we do? We turn around and we find, rather than the Book of Idols, which was written up in Kufa by a guy who's just collecting whatever stories he can collect, instead we turn to al-Azraqi, who was writing a history of Mecca in Mecca from stories that were handed down in Mecca. And guess what he says is in the Kaaba when they open it? There's one idol. There's one idol. There is a head of a ram skull which is really, really suggestive that this is true, by the way. The ram skull, like, I'm like, oh, that's true, because of how ram skulls are used in that area even to this day. And someone had painted pictures of Jesus and various figures on the walls as well, like Jesus and Mary, and some of the biblical figures had just been painted on the walls on the interior. That's probably a true story, as opposed to the 360 idols. Patricia Crona did not have that story. She did not have Al-Azraqi in there. So
you see, where I kind of hit my head against the wall a little bit is I don't see how we can make the jump from this story seems more plausible to that must therefore be true.
It's not even that it seems more plausible. It's that the incredible history. So there's nothing in Islamic lore that would suggest that you ought to find a ram's head there. But there is everything in archaeology that suggests a ram's head might be there. So that's where the things really line up well.
Right. But there's a distinction between what actually happened historically and a belief about what happened historically. So you can show me more plausible beliefs about what happened historically, but that doesn't get me to that must therefore have happened. It just means that for whatever reason, this person has a belief that fits like what we would expect better than different ones. But you're going to find that, right? You're going to find people who come up with alternative ideas, and just because they happen to better fit data that we have now, that doesn't mean that actually happened. It just means, hey, well, for whatever reason, they believe that.
I mean, you might as well say that about Caesar or any number of figures. You might say that about, the last days of Antony and Cleopatra. There's going to be uncertainty in all history, period.
Right, which is part of the nature of history when you go back that far, right? Like ancient history, you're going to deal with the fact that the historical method is only going to be so good in demonstrating certain things. You're only going to get very small things, really.
Well, in general, the Islamic sources are better than so much that you have. Like in terms of comparative quantities, like so much more you can be said about Muhammad with reasonable certainty than Clovis or Charlemagne even. Like even Charlemagne's life, there's a lot more like reconstruction that actually has to be done, as famous as he was, and even though he's 300 years later.
Right. But in terms of having a methodology that demonstrates historicity, we sometimes just have to say, well, we don't have one that can get us that far back. We just don't have the evidence. We don't have the supporting inscriptions or anything like that. So we just have to say, well, it looks like it could be, but we can't tell you with any kind of probability.
You'd have to throw out all the history we teach with that one. It's like, Charlemagne, we know he was a king, but this story is from this guy, and the latest copy we have is this time, and all of that kind of stuff. Now, there is a certain level of extra dubiousness, but you also have with kings, we have their buddies and their enemies writing about them. So
that helps. Like I'm not trying to say
no.
Use that,
we have sometimes we have only their buddies. Sometimes we have only their enemies. We are not letting Wesley come up. Wesley is not coming up.
I would ask him why he's a false prophet.
So that to me just
crazy.
We would have to say that, okay, well, we have these sources. There are problems with it. They're very late dated and so on. So you could maybe say, well, maybe the central idea is possibly right, depending on the data, but you couldn't say, no, this is exactly how it happened because of some reason, like the criteria of embarrassment alone can derive that. I don't think you could say that with any kind of certainty or probability. You would just say it's an option because we have a source that mentions it.
Okay, well then the conquest of England is an option by William the Conqueror.
Well,
like
I think
that's really kind of where we get to when we do that.
Not that far. I'm talking about things like there was a battle. We have a source that documents the battle. We don't have anything else, for example, but the source is 400 years later. Okay,
how much do we have for the Battle of Hastings? Like in terms of
we have quite a bit.
We have an embroidery that was done right about the entire event, and we have some, but we don't have a battle site with a lot of stuff that was found there. like we do for Waterloo.
Right,
But
but we know the outcome of the battle. We can demonstrate that the people were real. Like we have other documents about the real people, the king, for example, that reigned afterwards. So we know quite a bit. Like in
we
that
have
sense.
documents about real kings who reigned after him too.
Right.
Like,
but what I mean is, if there's like some little bit of detail, if you can't have anything that can collaborate with it, you may have to accept. Well, we have to be agnostic on that because we don't...
in any particular detail. Again, the ones that corroborate each hadith actually is its own self-standing evidence. If you have corroboration across a hadith where you have that narrative thrust, then you have a lot higher confidence in other things. For other things, you have this may have happened and this may not. Yes, you do. It's an independent source. It's an independent testimony. It really is, just as how it works.
Well, first, wait. A lot of them aren't independent anyway because they all share the same transmitters. But if we were to say the number of hadith that we have that mention the same event increases its probability of happening, I mean, would you take that to the extreme and say?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
So it does. Does it increase the probability that it actually happened or not, though?
Well, the issue is that you get the same hadith with different chains. So how many hadith is that? Because a lot of times they don't copy. They only copy one written version unless it's substantially different. They won't copy 6 written versions. So that one only counts as one. Even if 50 people said Muhammad said da da da, it was basically the same thing. No, what I'm talking about are things that are separated, especially in time and place, separate events, each one of which is a data point and rests on the other one. For example, Ali and the issue with Ali and Aisha and their animosity. It's not just that he didn't support her. He didn't support her out of nowhere, right? He didn't support her because who hated Aisha? Fatima hated Aisha's guts. And you have to read carefully to find that because it is mostly because they want to, everybody tra-la-la-la, everybody's all together. Well, who is Fatima's best friend? If you read the Ahadith, it's Salama. Salama and Fatima and Habiba is also super close to Salama. You can see the networks and friendships and you can watch how they develop and how this affects things. So, Salama hated Aisha. Why'd she hate Aisha? Because she was forced wearing Muhammad, didn't want to ever share a husband with anyone because she said she was a jealous woman. But Muhammad prayed to remove her jealousy. And so we're supposed to believe, according to the Hadith, Salama's jealousy was removed. Muhammad prayed for it. It happened. But it didn't in fact. It didn't in history. So you can see both the faithful narrative and the reality of history through a point, conflict, outcome, things like that. You can watch people's personalities alter sometimes depending on how many stories there are about them.
Right, but how do you have any confidence that that's actually what happened, though? Because it seems as if you've just logically put a possibility out there and saying that because this makes sense of the data, it therefore must be probable as a real historical event.
It must be
that seems
the most probable.
It's the most probable.
Well, no, I don't think it is because there's alternative things as well that I think are also equally, if not more probable.
That then you say
that's
the
what
probable
the debate
things
would
got,
be, right?
got erased. The probable things got forgotten. There was something that was so important that it led to the Shia-Sunni split, but it completely escaped notice for anyone to like record it down, or it was just so embarrassing that they managed to completely deep six it. And again, these are things that were actually heavily suppressed. You find a hadith about them, but the way that they're done, and you find it from different people. You find it from Salama, you find it from Aisha, you find it from Zainab bint Jahash. You find all of these different testimonies to these conflicts and events and everything else. Like it's not, and it's not like, oh, I'm taking this tiny thread and turning that into this huge thing. it's a clear connection between events that the various reporters are not thinking about how they might possibly connect. They're telling their one story. And then you can step back and you can go, okay, let's organize all the stories that relate to this and look at them. And, oh, wow, this forms this this happened.
But again, this only gets you at best to what people thought and believed, not what actually occurred. And we know we can give it like plenty of modern day examples of this, right? There are people that believed, forgive me the name, but the French, the let them eat cake thing, right? Like that expression, there are people that think that's historical, even though most people say no, it's probably not historical. But
so why do we know it's not historical? Hang on, why do we know it's not historical?
Right, that's a good point, because we live in the modern day and we're able to analyze this.
No, it's something else. Why do we know it's not historical?
What I'm trying to get at, though, is that there are plenty of people today who believe it's a real thing.
Right. So what he's saying is someone could write it down today, and if we didn't have any other source, then
you could.
That shows up somewhat in the Shia Hadith, especially. But if you look at why do we know let them eat cake didn't happen, it's because it was attributed to other people before this, and that was also recorded. So, like Muhammad's chest washing episode. Okay, so let's say it's not miraculous. It's not a miraculous event, but it happens 3 times or whatever, right? Something really weird.
Open heart surgery.
Okay, let's go. Something really, really weird happens 3 times. You would go, why is it happening 3 times? At most, it could have happened once. But wouldn't you remember it if it's this weird? You ought to be, if you had that replication, then you're like, okay, all of this can't be true. And that's one of those things, if you have a very peculiar thing. So I do agree that it's probabilities, but with all the history that I've read across many cultures and thousands of years, I think that we can say a lot more about Muhammad than people even think. And some things, like, it's really funny because I've discovered you start looking at how old people are supposed to be at various things. And then you find out that someone's certain things are being mucked with. And then you dig into why, and you're like, wow, suddenly a lot of pieces suddenly fall into place and make sense. And that's what you should expect, that the picture gets more coherent as you have more pieces. And then the weird pieces look weirder.
I think if you're trying to say, well, so I don't think that you can have any confidence in things that are said about Muhammad that come from the Islamic side of things, from the Hadith, the Sirah. I don't see that you can. I'm not saying that some stuff isn't true. I'm sure some of it is. I just wouldn't be able to tell you what is and what isn't with any degree of confidence. I don't know how you can somehow solve that, because it does seem like
ordinary historiography, really. I mean, that's basically the answer. I would not treat him differently than anyone else, but that means that I would be including in the narrative, because you have different rates of probability, right, of something being true. And so eventually you're going to strike out. Eventually you're going to say something wrong, no matter how certain you try to be, right? And so sometimes in this narrative, there'll be elements that are untrue.
You're still only dealing with perception, though. It's still just, all you can do is go back to what some people believed about Muhammad at some point. And that's fine.
Then you're doing that about what people believe about Charlemagne whenever you're doing his history, or Constantine, or anyone else.
Right, and I think there's a fair degree of that, because we can't. I mean, there are tons of things that are said about historical figures that I would be very skeptical about, but there are other things that I think that we have enough evidence to say no, we can establish that as being more probable than not.
So let me make the question very pointed for you. Isn't this just the same kind of argument that an atheist Jesus myther would make, right? That we can't know for sure. Anyone could have made up anything at any time. And if you point to something like Tacitus's history, or they'll say, well, that's what someone told him, right? Someone told him that about Christus, because he doesn't you say Christ, but told him about Christus, and therefore we can't take anything because he's just recording what someone else told him, and thus you can just do that with anything. I mean, so what is the difference?
So
right? Where's the line?
How I would
excuse me, can I jump a little bit just for a few moments? I don't know if any of you have grew up in the Middle East or close to it.
Nope.
No. So it is a cultural problem. It is not a historical problem. I want to point that out. And the culture is, if you remember, Mary, some time ago, you've done I think a 5-hour presentation, if I'm not mistaken, about queer and how it aligns with Islam.
Yep.
Do you remember that presentation? That actually is the most accurate representation of the culture that they had at the time, and they still have it right now. And if you think about it, Mary, we come from a culture where we value truth, honesty, and integrity. They don't value those things. These are totally alien things in that culture. So when you say that they wouldn't do it, is because you come from a different culture.
No, I'm saying that they couldn't do it. No one can do that. No one can fabricate.
No.
First of all, they weren't very bright in terms of.
That's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying to you, Mary. Is that the culture?
That doesn't make them smart. There's no one that intelligent in that time of history.
Hold on, Mary. Just let him make his point. It might not be what you think it is.
It doesn't have to be intelligent. It only has to be powerful enough to make it through the ages, even if it is a lie. And that's what you cannot understand. It has nothing to do how history is being made in the Western world and how it has been recorded and how those stories are passed from mouth to mouth, from person to person, culturally. It didn't have to be written down. So even if there are shifts, they don't care about it because culturally allows it to them even to lie, as long as it glorifies the person that they are talking about. Either that is Muhammad or Aisha, his wife, or Uthman or whoever. If you take it this way, Mary, then you will understand that they didn't care about honesty, truthfulness, integrity. What they care mostly about is the story to pass from generation to generation, even if it is a lie. They don't care about truth.
So weird stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the connections between the Hadith and the independent stories that verify the main threats. Now, what I do not, hang on. No, it does matter.
It does matter.
It does matter. It absolutely matters.
Put an alternative
they are not
theory forward.
Brilliant. They're not the most brilliant forgers on the history of the planet because they would have to be. No one has ever forged anything
but it's
like
not
this
that brilliant, Mary.
Yes, they would have to be. You are not understanding.
You don't need to be.
So, yes,
weird
they
stuff,
would.
Right? So it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? There's, quote unquote errors, but you're saying that's a mark of it being authentic, which means the forger was a genius who said, if I put these errors in there, then people will believe it.
No, still you don't understand. You don't understand what I'm talking about.
No, I understand what you're saying.
I understand
that it doesn't have to be true for people to accept it, but you still have to have an origin story,
it's
right?
Not
you
about
can't just say
acceptance.
that people could make stuff up and people would believe it. Yeah, that's true, right? People could make up
it's
stories
not about
and
acceptance
either.
It's not about acceptance either. For example, they live in a culture where if you don't accept what scholars say, they will take your head. So it's fear. One, that's power dripping.
That's
Power
today, but who are
let
these
me
scholars
explain
that are
to
going
you-
to take your head when
Yeah.
the story doesn't exist yet?
So let me explain to you how people viewed Muhammad. They followed him because they actually genuinely admired him until he got power, and then people were buttering up to him. But until that point, they actually believed in him. They thought he was real. He was a cult leader like every other cult leader and had the kind of cult leader following that everyone else does. So when he did something, they would make it in the most adoring terms possible. Like, oh, I saw him do this thing and he was the most beautiful man as he did it. But the thing that they saw him do, he usually actually did. And these stories do paint Muhammad in this lovely light. They do. And his wonderfulness and his beautifulness and this and that, the other. And like whenever he is showing how modest he is when he only uses a tiny amount of water to wash himself. Like this was a show that he did to do things. And so you see the cult leader in them. Whenever I read narratives about Joseph Smith and about his life and testimony from the people who believed in him, who were with him, they are remarkably similar in that way. Like they will record an event that happened and they record it in such a way that they recast it into something. And an outsider is just like, that's not what was going on there. But these independent testimonies link events, and have not been, there's not a history of this level of fabrication that has ever occurred in history at all. And
It doesn't
certainly
need to be
not
fabrication, though.
It would have to be fabrication for the connections to exist. It would be.
But the connections exist through.
No.
It's not a fabrication. It's what they believe that happened.
So,
that doesn't mean it did.
Who are
happen.
Aisha's friends? Who are
What do you
Aisha's
mean?
friends? Like, who are friends among the women, among the other women? Who are her enemies?
One of her friends should be that old woman that gave her a day.
There you go. There's one of them. Is she?
And-
Yes, consistently. So who else is her friend?
The other one should be I don't remember her name, but it starts with an H.
Yep, Hafsa. Okay.
Hafsa.
So
That's
early
all
on,
that's all I remember from the Hadith, though.
hang on.
I don't remember.
After the event of Ifk, right, where she was
Yeah.
accused of adultery. So do you remember what caused that to happen? What had Muhammad done just before then that made her super ticked off?
No.
You can even tell when she's lying in this one. Just before that, he had conquered a town. He had dragged Aisha out with him to be his chosen chick for the trip, right? They attack a town, kill people, manage to take it over, and the most beautiful woman of all of them, Muhammad takes her for himself. And Aisha said that when I saw her, I knew that he would take her, and it made me really mad. Like, she actually says that. She admits it. Then she lies about what happened on the way back. Because what almost certainly happened, because she's only like 13, 14 now, so she's still a kid, right? She's supposed to be in her howdah, and she sneaks off when the group continues. Knowing kids, what she's thinking is, he'll realize I'm missing, and he'll be sorry that they left me, and I'll say that I went to the bathroom. And then he'll be super sorry that he ever looked at that other girl and paid her any attention. What actually happens is Muhammad's enthralled with his new chick, doesn't pay any attention to her, doesn't notice till he gets all the way back that she's missing. That begins the entire thing that she gets accused of adultery by whom? By the sister of one of Muhammad's other wives. So there's Salama, who's against her. Entire story about that. There's also Zainab ibn Jahash, and Aisha threw an absolute fit whenever he was going to marry her, and they were like deathly enemies too from the beginning. So Salama made friends with her just because she hated Aisha. And guess who accuses her? One of her sisters accuses her. And they insert this little, and and Zainab herself never said a thing about me. I don't know whether or not that's authentic. I'm extremely dubious because it doesn't fit the flow of the narrative. It does read like an insertion. And then we have the entire narrative where whose side is against her and saying she's guilty? Oh, it's Ali, whose wife is Zainab, who is best buddies with Salama, who is friends with Zainab ibn Jahash, whose sister is accusing her in the first place. And Ali nearly gets her killed. And she never forgives him for it. But all of this is building up throughout this thing. We have these events happening over, and these are all separate individual events. They are never put together by a single biographer because they don't care about the women. They don't think they matter. So
yeah, Mary, the issue I have is that we can demonstrate that certain hadith and surah material is false. We have a method of falsification for that.
Yeah.
And I think you agree with me that there are some materials that we can show is just not historical.
Absolutely.
But I don't see that we have any kind of way to verify any of this. It does seem to me like...
So let me get back to that. Hold on. Let me just re-ask the question. So how do we verify the biblical narrative, right? How do we verify the Gospels? And I think we can. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I agree. So, sorry, I was going to answer that. I would say we look at the earliest accounts, for one thing, right? And I think independent accounts are important. So for that, I would say the Synoptic Gospels and the Johannine Gospel. I would say that's 2 accounts. And then we can look at external sources as well that are within the 1st century. And I think through that, we can establish certain things as having a fair degree of probability. Now, I don't say that everything in...
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Chris, the synoptic that you guys call historically synoptic, that came up as a term in the 20th century. Okay? They weren't
He's just using it because we know what it means. He could have said Matthew, Mark, Luke.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just saying.
No, what I mean is that Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they wrote their point of view on the life of Jesus. These are 3 different accounts. These are not one account, and we call it synoptic. No, these are 3 different.
First is saying at minimum, right? At minimum.
Yeah, I'm giving a very critical view, right? But I'm doing so to demonstrate.
You mean the way that a historian now?
Yeah, I'm speaking. I'm putting on my historian hat, although it's not a very impressive hat at all, because I'm definitely not much of a historian. But I'm saying critically, if we look at this, there is a big difference between what we say as Christians and what we talk about historicity there in regards to Jesus and the disciples and so on, and what happened to Muhammad. I think there is a world of difference, and you kind of agree, but you also.
Yes. So good. I'm glad you said that, and I would agree. That's how we can objectively, right? We can accept it by faith. That is acceptable, right? If we have good reasons to believe that God is real, and we have personal encounter with Jesus and whatnot, we can't accept it on faith. But if we're doing it, objectively speaking, I would do exactly what you said, right? Use the ideas of historical methodology and say, okay, there's independent accounts, there's early accounts. You're missing a very important criteria, and that's that there's a cohesive story, right? That these things work together. They're not in contradiction to one another. And then there's the additional factor of Luke flat out stating he's writing history, that he uses the language of historians, right? Which is also important. But the point being that normal historical inquiry, right? And then I actually do agree with you, what you just said, that the evidence for Jesus and Christianity is quite exceptional. I would say it's unparalleled in world history. Now, where we disagree is I'd say that the evidence for Muhammad is in line with the evidence for normal history, in line with, say, the evidence for Julius Caesar or Caesar Augustus or Alexander the Great or, any other super important figure of history, that the sources, yes, are not like contemporary, nor are they like necessarily like first generation, but that's the true for all these figures of history. Most of what we know from history comes from historians, and date actually is not a super important criteria in the historical method, because a contemporary account could be complete nonsense, right? I could write an account of what Donald Trump did yesterday, and it could be complete nonsense. The credibility of the writer, and the carefulness and how they are evaluating sources is far more important than the date that it was written. Obviously, all other things being equal, earlier is better, of course. But the reason we have high confidence about history is because we can demonstrate from congruence with one another, from different historians and whatnot, we can demonstrate who is doing a good job of writing history. And by that standard, right, Luke is in particular is doing an exceptional job, even above and beyond what a normal historian of the time period would do. And what I would suggest is that although there is certainly theological development, there is certainly legends being added to the story, the far more probable explanation is that people are adding stuff and making stuff up. Not that to a historical core, right? To a historical original. We can debate exactly what that historical original is, but the alternative theory is that this is invented out of nowhere, right? And that's the theory that is in dispute, that it's just invented out of nothing, essentially. It's not that we can't be certain what's true and what's not. The alternative theory is that it was invented out of something completely unrelated. Either, what Jay pushes is that it grew out of misusing Christian documents, Christian sources. What Robert says is that it was more of a political origins, that, some rulers got together and said, let's create a religion to unite the empire. Neither of those have any real evidence for them. And that's the difference, I think.
So just to jump on what you said there, right? So I actually agree with what you talk about, with Caesar, for example. And this is why I would say things like Julius Caesar was Caesar at some point, and we can say that quite confidently through the sources we have. But if you were to dive in and say on the 6th of August, 39 AD, Julius, he was here, and then I would be like, well, I'm probably not going to be able to tell you if that's historical or not.
I've never said that about Muhammad, just to be clear. I've in the past, I've said that some of the dates of various raids are a little bit shaky because people are going off memory and they have fallible memories. Even things that are pretty certain that they happened, like I'm not going, we can make a timeline of his life.
But you are saying that you do have a way of verifying that something is historical.
Yeah,
and to the kind of detail
to a high degree of
again,
probability. I mean, obviously, you can never say 100% certain anything.
To the narrative of the Sunni Shia split, here are my witnesses. We have Umar, like to the entire drama with the women. We have Salama, Umar, Zainab, all of whom have said things. Aisha. We have in the Shia sources, we have stuff from Ali. Obviously not Fatima because she's dead.
And
we have...
Just to cut in, sorry to cut you off. I would agree with this, right? I would agree that there is historicity to that precisely because of how well documented it is and the fact that we can see quite clear divisions that are still around today. So I wouldn't say that that's really anything that's substantially in doubt from a historical point of view. But if we're talking about the ins and outs of Muhammad's life, I am going to start saying, well, actually, I just don't think we can verify that.
I mean, you could say that about anybody, but we're not talking
but
about.
But I do say that's my point. Like,
okay,
again,
that's fine.
Julius Caesar,
but we're asking whether or not did he exist in the same way that we ask whether or not Clovis the first existed.
Okay,
can I give you another out, guys? Another exit. Well, what you think, like Muhammad either existed or not? As a human, there could be someone that is called Muhammad with a title.
Yeah, no, it's not a title. I'm not going there. No.
Or there could be a lot of people that were called this way, and there were different.
That's not possible.
Okay, no, forget the title part. What he's saying is there could be historical figures named Muhammad. He's not really making.
We have no example of this historical pastiche of 8 people running around doing the same things and becoming one person. That's never happened in the history of the world.
Mary, what?
Let him make his point first, Mary.
That's not what I'm talking about. That 8 people are running around and pretending to be prophets. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about those who are talking about some guy, Muhammad. They are talking about a different guy, but they are attributing the same name, the same title name to those different people. Like, for example, we say about Caesar. Caesar is a title meaning king. Muhammad also could be a title meaning something else. But this title could be for a different person at different time within, let's say, 3 centuries, and within this place we call now Middle East.
No, that's just not possible. It was not a title grammatically. We don't have evidence of any people who were significant running around with this name or title. We have no evidence of anyone anywhere else, anything like this ever happening in the history of the world in parallel with any figure, whether or not political or whatever, like the Khans. The Khans didn't all get confused into one Khan. Like, we don't have examples of this. This is not a historical phenomenon. You're asking
Yes, because
that this one-off thing happened right here, and people were just
Mary,
confused, didn't know which one this guy
Mary,
was.
Mary, because
can't
you come from a
argue that
paradigm
you're not doing
of
history
a
anymore.
culture. Because
No.
you come from a paradigm of a culture.
No, that's not about the paradigm of my culture. I'm talking about any culture in the history of
Yes,
the world.
I'm
This
telling you
phenomenon has
again,
never happened.
Mary,
And you're
Mary,
just saying that maybe
Mary,
it did. Okay,
I'm not
where else did it
dismissing
happen?
what you are saying, Mary. I'm not dismissing what you are saying, but again, you are coming from a culture that
No, I'm not
honors
coming from my
liberty.
culture. I'm
They
looking
don't.
at their culture. Quit telling me I'm coming from my culture, because that's not what's happening here.
Okay. Hold on. So what Weird Stuff is saying is that you're discounting the fact that it would have been normal in the culture to make stuff up.
Yeah,
that
Yeah.
is what he is trying to say.
No,
It is
but I'm
normal
not.
for them.
That's untrue. I'm not. I'm not discounting that it's normal to make stuff up. The
Yes,
reason
but
why
it is
I
normal
began
for
to
them.
understand the mindset
It's
and was
not
able
that-
to explain it really well was because I read tons of stuff by people doing funky stuff and things like that, and contextualizing it in different ways, and began to like comprehend their mindset and the way they talked. I am taking their words as words of Arabs. Just like when there's a Chinese source, I take their words as words of Chinese people. You can't stipulate that what must have happened is something that has never been documented to happen. I'm not talking about like, oh, but people don't lie like that elsewhere. No, like the crunching of a bunch of different figures into one figure. That's not a historically documented thing that happens in a historical context. Like you will have, for example, a culture hero, right? Where people will make up someone who starts like a folk hero and just say they invented everything, right? But this isn't actually this one man who did this thing. He got combined with that one man who did that thing. There's no memory of those things. You're just describing all the great things that were ever done to one person. It has to be a historically plausible phenomenon, and that's just not. It's just not.
I'll be careful with how you phrase that, because there are examples of things that we believe, that a lot of people today believe about one individual, that actually was done more appropriately by other individuals who are simply not as well known, right?
Yeah, that's definitely true, that things can be misapplied. So real
but
quick,
that's not what I'm saying at all.
Stop. Yeah, I'll refocus it, but let me address this comment from Cargo Crew first, because this is one of the strangest comments I've ever gotten. It says, Thaddeus and Mary, you must ponder your own moral standing if you vehemently oppose dialogue. Don't forget you are standing on millions of graves dug by Islam.
I didn't know you vehemently opposed dialogue.
Yeah. I
what am I doing?
We're having dialogue here. I mean,
I do get really, I do get really tired of the very specific thing that Weird Stuff is proposing, that maybe it was all these figures, because what I need to see is that this is a thing that happens in history. If you're proposing that this unique thing is occurring, I need examples of that kind of thing occurring.
Well, okay. I'll give you
one example. Hercules is one example. In Greek mythology, he was doing X, Y, Z things. In Roman mythology, he was doing other kind of things, and they just merged those things together at some point.
Hercules didn't exist separately in Roman and Greek mythology. He was Greek. He was borrowed by the Romans, and they gave him extra legends.
You see, they gave
So
him
that
extra
so it's not
legends.
what happened. What you are describing did not happen. He was never a person at all.
But
And
Yes, yeah, for you, Mary, for you and for me, he was not a person at all.
when
But
did
for
they
the
say he
people at
lived?
that
Okay,
time,
when did
he
they
was
say
a
he
person.
lived?
Excuse me?
When did they say he lived? At what time?
Well, at
Did he
that time,
bel-
they didn't even record when exactly he lived.
So he didn't live in a historical past, but in a mythical, vague sort of every past. Muhammad lived in a literal past with a time.
So there is a. For example, I read the tafsir. What was his name? Tabari. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There is not even once that Tabari says at this year that happened.
In his tafsir? No,
Yes.
he wouldn't. In his history,
Exactly.
he does.
He's doing similar history like Mythicists
No.
did
In his history, he does assign
prior
things to
to it.
years. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So
His tafsir, he doesn't assign stuff for years, but his history, he does.
I didn't read his history. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not gonna comment on that. But I read his tafsir, and there is nothing saying like in the year blah blah, for example.
Okay, I'm not sure why that's relevant since he did in his history.
Well,
So a tafsir is not a history; it's a different type of book with a different kind of approach.
it's an exegesis of what happened, isn't it?
No, it's an exegesis of the text in the order of the text, which is out of chronological order. And sometimes you'll say, no, you'll find things where, like this one guy thinks that this happened at Medina, but it definitely happened at Mecca because of this, this, and this. And they'll give reasons. Even if they aren't great historians, they're doing history in a way.
Okay, I will
So
read more about it. I will come back to you.
So,
but right now I cannot talk. Sorry, Chris. Sorry.
No, it's all right. No, I don't want to cut you off. I just wanted to say I think there are cases where things have been misattributed to the wrong people, and we know that historically, right? But the problem is that there are a ton of people that don't know that. So if you were to ask certain groups of people, the average person on the street, they might give you the incorrect ahistorical answer, and that establishes that there is a widespread belief of something, but it doesn't have a historical basis. I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that that happened quite a few times when it came to Muhammad. People were incorrectly perceiving things, and that was passed down partly because it was useful. It had theological implications that were quite useful, and people would clutch out. I mean, we need to remember there was, in effect, a screening process for hadith that occurred some point in the mid to late 8th century, to which they were graded, right? So we're only kind of seeing certain things that are given the thumbs up. There are plenty of hadith and other material, that's particularly in Syria, and there's a word that skipped my mind, that is earlier, is much earlier, but isn't accepted at all, which concerns me because that would be one of the criteria I would use to establish historicity, how early it is.
And
Yep.
to be clear, Mary and I would accept those materials, right? We'd accept them as valid evidence.
Right. I see. I could consider those based on, okay, so like the satanic verses, right? Dr. Shahab Ahmed, he's written a book where he says, look, there are 50 different narrations of this, and they're all very early. And he says like one of them is technically Sahih by the modern standard, but all of these mostly aren't Sahih because they just don't work in the same way. They have incomplete chains. Early Muslims didn't seem to think that was a problem. Later Muslims thought, actually, that is a big problem. You need to have complete chains.
So so what happens with the chains? They get buffed up if you use it in Islamic law. If you don't use it in Islamic law, a lot of times they don't get buffed up. So like some people say that, oh, if it's broken chain, then it's more likely to be true. No, it just means that people didn't want to use it for anything, so they didn't buff it up. So that's not really evidence one way or another.
Well, the point I'm trying to get at is
But-
that something that could have been more likely to meet the standards we would use to establish historicity has been intentionally neglected and denied. In fact, it's not something you can bring up.
When was it neglected and denied? When was it denied?
I would say in the 8th century.
I don't think so. I think it was denied quite a bit later than that.
I'm pretty well. I mean, you have Bukhari writing. Well, no, I'm pretty sure you started to see a turn in the change of tide, and people were realizing how problematic it was to think that Muhammad actually spoke Shaitan's words. I don't know. Okay, well, it could be later.
It's pretty secure in the 9th century as an event. It's multiply recorded in the 9th century.
Oh, fair enough then. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's much later.
And that's one of the things.
Yes and no, right? They've already tried to explain it away, right? They've already tried to diminish its importance.
The first one, that the explanation to explain away was always there, right? It was always there. It was Muhammad gave this
let me rephrase.
Okay,
yes, of course, the explanation is always there, right? They've reduced the details on the most damning parts of it and increased the details on how Muhammad ultimately gave the true story.
But they continued to copy those things, which is why we have them.
Right. But what I'm saying is they've already reduced its importance by the 9th century.
Yeah. They don't want people. They aren't really going out of their way to teach people about. There are tons of things they're not going out of their way to teach people about. But the fact that things like that are preserved and are saved, and I think a lot less. Remember, these guys were cult followers. Cult followers swallow the dumbest things. Joseph Smith was banging everybody's wives right under their noses, and they're like, "Okay, yeah, we'll do that."
Yeah, and but I can point out that actually meets the idea that their perception was wrong.
Well, their perception was wrong about who Joseph Smith was, right?
Right, but again, it's very simply done. There are many cases, even in our everyday lives, where we don't correctly perceive what someone did in the right way, or
right. I actually made that point earlier, right?
Yeah, and that is the kind of thing.
Early doesn't necessarily mean it's correct.
Given that there was in effect a kind of screening process eventually down the line, if something had practical use, it seems perfectly reasonable to big that story up and to not big up ones that don't have theological and practical use.
No, well, what happened is whether or not they got a fancy schmancy isnad. Once you reached a certain threshold, they kept copying the daif ahadith, they kept them. If they weren't using it, didn't matter, it was still kept. If they ditched it as a hadith and it made it into a tafsir, you got it. It's kept. So yeah, there was absolutely a winnowing process where things were taken out, and it's the stuff. Do you know where the good stuff is in Ibn Ishaq? It's in the stuff that only one of the sources records out of the narrative, the part that gets deleted. Sometimes it's deleted because it's just so obvious that Ibn Ishaq got fooled by someone saying, "Oh yes, I remember that poem," and later people are like, "Oh my goodness, there's no way that poem was actually said then. It's so ahistorical. Will not repeat that. That's just embarrassing because it makes us look dumb." But a lot of other things, to Ibn Ishaq, deep in this mindset, without the perspective, he would report it just as people would faithfully report on things that would later be seen badly. And that's one of the reasons that it's fairly reliable, because these people did believe in him, and they believed the stuff that he said, and they believe this kind of thing that. And no, it doesn't mean that they're perfect. No, it doesn't mean that some people weren't doing some shenanigans. But again, and yeah, do you have a certain level of skepticism? Well, if you go to the material on Alexander the Great, right? And some of these material, he's doing miracles, right? He's a miracle worker. He's doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Considered gods, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
And you don't take the witnesses that turn him into that, right? We know from the Quran, right, that Muhammad, how many miracles did Muhammad have in the context of the Quran?
Yeah, he has no miracles. He's just a warner, a messenger that's given. I totally get that. I agree with what you're saying. I guess let's take it like back up to kind of top level, because I think we agree on a lot of the details. I think I just disagree on whether we can say something in such detail is likely to be historical or not. But what I would say is, like, for me, I would say there was a historical Muhammad, but that historical Muhammad was a man who lived somewhere in Arabia in the 7th century. He was born probably in the 6th century. He considered himself a prophet, and he probably led an army of people further north. And I would probably say maybe a few other things, but that's basically all I'd say.
Well, I would definitely say a lot more than that. I would say that the Quran, as we have it now, almost all of it comes from him. Now, I would also say that Muhammad wasn't remembering the Quran correctly all the time, and that's where a lot of the variants came from. They came out of his mouth. So the supposed perfect word of Allah, where it got corrupted, was the mouth of Muhammad. And that's why I have the story of the Ahruf, and it's the only explanation for it. That's another one that they thought was really important at the time, because it's really explaining something, even though we don't understand what's actually explaining is Muhammad's covering his backside because he told the two different people, taught them this thing wrong or differently, and so he doesn't want to tell them, one of them, that he taught them wrong.
Yeah, that's definitely a plausible account. I think that's definitely like an option, an avenue. I would actually just say it's to explain variance in the Quran at a later
It doesn't.
stage.
Okay, well then, what does ahruf mean? According to the Islamic scholars, they should know. If it's explaining variance, what's its explanatory power?
Well, this kind of goes back to what you said before. You're working with a set paradigm and a set limit of stories of information. You're not like I'm against the idea of intentional fabrication, right? I tend to attribute more to ignorance than when I can to malice, or like someone's just making stuff up. I don't go in that direction unless I absolutely have to go that direction. So I would just say, no, they were looking around at traditions and narratives that were still being said of Muhammad at a particular point in time, and they just simply found, we have found this group that has this understanding that he gave different aruf, different modes of narration, and they have this idea that it wasn't just one, it was many. And then they got those narrations from them, and then they used them because it was theologically very valuable to explain the known Qira'at variants at the time.
Nope, they didn't. That's the important thing. You're doing this jump. You're granting them things that they didn't do.
Just
totally
before you explain, and
so
I totally
ahruf, so
one
the
thing.
Scholars,
Sorry, before you give the explanation, I'm not saying that did happen. I'm simply saying that's an alternative I could give that I think is just as likely as your version.
But that, it explains the Qira'at. That's giving them something that they don't deserve and didn't earn. Don't give them stuff. This does not come from a hadith. There is no explanation in the hadith for the Qira'at as they have it then, okay? Because when Muhammad says it was sent down 7 different ways, he's saying this after 630, or whenever you want to put it, that he conquered Mecca, which was after the Hijrah, which was in 622. So very, very late, suddenly he's telling people who believed all along that he only said things in one way, he's suddenly saying, no, Allah sends it down in 7 ways. And do you know how many people have understood what that meant from then on? None. The scholars can't agree and can't apply it to anything.
I totally agree. I just don't know how you can say with any confidence that's actually the historical account. I mean, it makes sense and it explains the data. Absolutely great. But again, the explanation I gave also explains the data. But I don't think that's particularly historical either.
Okay. We're just Mary, we're just going to be going in circles. I would like to get a chance to get some of the questions other people ask.
Sure.
Basically, my position, Mary's position would be that a historical figure who started the religion called Muhammad is the most probable explanation for the totality of the data. Not that we can say with 100% certainty, right, of anything, because we can't say that about anything in history, but by the normal standards of normal history, it's established as fact because it's by far the most probable explanation. That would be our position.
Yep, and I'd give the ahruf like a 95% chance of being true because it fits the consistent Mohammedan character. It gets Umar off his back. His astonishment at being revealed after 20 years of being a prophet, fits the kind of like just ad hoc thing that's reflected in the Quran, and that it did cover something that Muhammad very clearly struggled with throughout and tried to get people to not perceive that he was struggling with. If that makes sense.
I definitely think that's a real good candidate, and it makes a lot of sense. I just don't know for sure. Well, or just don't know if it's probable. But anyway, I'm going to jump off and let some other people.
All right. Thank you,
come
Chris.
up and,
I appreciate you coming on. It was a very good chat. I just wanted to give other people a chance. That's all.
Yes,
Yeah,
definitely
of course,
not 500% certainty. As somebody says, not 500% certainty for, though. Yeah.
No, certainty.
95
Certainty.
Certainty. 500% certainty. We must have certainty. No, my certainty ranges from 30%, and if it's not true, it doesn't make a big deal, up to like close to 98%. And then for the date of the Hijra, I'd go ahead and give that like 99.999%. So, and year, not the month, the year. Just to be clear, not the month, not the day, not the whatever, just the year.
Because of the establishment of the calendar.
Yeah, because established the calendar, and the calendar was used very early on.
So we got a new caller here. Samuel has joined the chat.
Sam.
Welcome,
I know
Samuel.
Hello, long time, and nice to see you, and nice to hear you. How are you guys?
Nice to see you again. I am doing well.
That's good. Well, so let me start with telling my position on this. I'm kind of split in the middle as to. I agree that yes, it didn't start from nowhere and it's all fabricated, and I think that needs to stop. And I have a friend who is very much a mythicist or whatever you call it, and she says that she won't even let me talk. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate and just read the messages I got from her and see your response to them. I think you responded to some of those that you're gonna hear from her from the text. You responded to some of those points already, but me personally, I think that I can't take anything of Islam as face value and say that that it's a big probability that Muhammad actually existed. I think it's more like probable that there was a multitude of people being talked about, and then the so-called science of the Hadith just took them all and try to construe it into one person, and that's why you have so many different sayings about who Muhammad was, and so many times so contradictory to each other.
And
so
I don't think that's one of those things where there's no historical precedent for an event like this. My dog is eating me. I'm not taking you out, dude. So if you hear crying, it is a very, very whiny, very large German Shepherd. But that my issue is that's never happened in the history of the world. And presuming this unique event happening where you have the same type of material recorded about different people who get collapsed into one person, different prominent people. You're not just assigning the activity of one particular thing that one person did to somebody else. You're not confusing someone in a light way. No, this is the collapse of distinct people who did lots of things, who had lots of stuff recorded about them. I don't see anything contradictory in Muhammad's personality. I see one man. He's not a very nice man, but I see one man who is just one person.
Well, I mean, yes, if you look at the chronological order of Muhammad, where he became more and more vile as time went on. But then you have the Ridda Wars.
The what?
The apostasy war. And you have people that try to be more lighthearted, but were killed. And I think maybe some of these, sayings, like Muhammad had, there are some hadith out there that are they will say they are not strong, but there are some hadith out there that actually are, very few of them, but kind of nice, like when Muhammad said that you should honor the women, whatnot, and then immediately contradict that by saying no, like Umar says, I heard the Prophet say, never ask a man why he beats his wife. Like those two things do not go together.
Well, they absolutely go together whenever you look at Muhammad's life. People change over time. One of the reasons Muhammad got a lot of followers early on is that while he was in Mecca, he forbade men from beating their wives. They got to Medina, and at a time he was really ticked off at his wives. Umar said, you know about that wife beating thing. You've let the women get super uppity. And here they're just getting all these bad habits from these Jews around here who let their women talk back. We should be able to beat them again. And Muhammad's super mad at his wives, and Umar timed it right. So guess what? Now you can beat your wives.
But Mary, that gives credence to the whole chronological idea of Muhammad's life. And also,
my life is chronological. Your life is chronological.
But isn't it more plausible that Omar uses Muhammad, just to make stuff up and be like, yeah, like I heard Muhammad said this and therefore it's true. Like the same thing goes with the whole problem with the Muta Marriage, right? Where it's very contradictory in the Hadith.
No, it's not. And the Muta Marriage is a perfect example. Why? If it were easy to fabricate, then Umar would have had him forbid it because Umar didn't like it. Umar's the one who forbade Muta Marriage. And there's this weird Hadith where it kind of gets squeezed in sideways, but the Hadith actually isn't even about Muta Marriage. It's about a certain type of Hajj. And this weird, again, fabricated-y thing in there gets kind of jammed in there sideways, but it's transparently fabricated. And other people go, no, that's fake. That didn't happen. Like we have the counter to that. Umar didn't want men to sell their sex slaves after they had kids with them. And so he forbade it. So I guess in one way, Umar's actually more decent to women than Muhammad was, because Muhammad was fine with it. And not only was he fine with it, but the Shia and Sunni agree that Muhammad is fine with it. And this is
but there's also a hadith where it says that Muhammad did prohibit Muta Marriage.
Yeah, and those don't work out historically. They make no sense.
That's what I'm saying.
In terms of their context, they're not possible.
Yes, and that's why I'm not giving credence to any hadith. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's silly. Someone fabricated one thing, so everything else can't be trusted at all.
One example of where the story doesn't add up. Just one example of like there's plenty of other examples that you can go through. But like Mary, this is a side thing. Mm-hmm. I do appreciate that you going after the Muhammad mythicists. I'm saying I'm split in the middle. I'm not giving credence to the whole mythicist of it, and I'm not giving credence to we have to go with what we have. I think there should be another logical explanation, and I think I'm the odd one out on this since I don't take.
What don't you like about what we have? I would say you're the what's unsatisfying, if that makes sense? What is unsatisfying about what we have? That you just don't want to trust Muslims, or
yes, because it's one-sided and it's again incoherent.
But it's not one-sided. You have many different people with many different interests and different views of Muhammad, whose voices are being recorded. So it's pretty interesting, the different views that you get of him. I mean, he still ends up being the same man from different perspectives.
Not really.
Merrick, I think what he means is that from the Christian perspective, we have, let's say, completely outside of the Christian narrative that the Christian movement started from the 1st century.
We have completely outside the Islamic narrative evidence that it started then. I have been showing this. Hang on. Islam starting as something distinct outside the narrative. Here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 accounts, 670s and earlier about this this movement, all of which are about point to the same picture. None of them have a variant picture.
Okay, what is this X that you
That's
have?
not
That,
what I was saying,
made
though,
you do
and
that?
and this is a good list. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that what makes sense to me is basically followers of Muhammad invented Muhammad just to justify their needs, and it went on and on and on. And the more power Arabs got over the time, and the more they conquered, the more the myth rose, or became more solidified. Like for example, like there's a hadith where Omar and Uthman, I guess I forgot the exact name, but the followers of Muhammad says that Muhammad before he died told everybody that they are the rightly caliph of success, even though Ali was next in line. And to me, that sounds like okay. So basically, you just want to have power. It's a power struggle. So yes, I admit that there's a power struggle amongst Arabs, and that the Shia Sunni split and all that, like the wars, probably happened. But the whole idea of who Muhammad was, you say, oh, we're always going to go back to, like, this is who Muhammad actually was. It always
So,
have the same picture of him.
just so you know,
I
that's
don't- I
that's
don't
not.
see
Hang
that.
on,
I don't
that's
see
not
that.
true though. That what you said about him coming out and saying that I was chosen as successor, he was elected. It was stacked. It was stacked by Abu Bakr and Umar, but the narrative is not that he walked out and said he was elected. Just so you know.
Yeah, but it was after his death, so they could just spin out anything.
But they didn't say that Muhammad said this about me, that I should be next. They staged an election and then they stacked it with the correct people to make sure that Abu Bakr got elected and Ali got shaft.
Yeah, but they said that Muhammad was narrated Muhammad.
No.
Was it? No?
No, they did not say that Muhammad has elected me, and it says that I must be, Muhammad has been making me lead the prayers, which actually was accurate, but Ali was basically denied access to him anyway, so who knows who else would have led the prayers. But he was basically like, I was right there. I'm his right-hand man. Oh, everybody, make me and make these guys the next. And so everybody kind of threw in their weight with him against Ali because a lot of people just didn't like Ali.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just too convenient if you know what I'm saying.
But which part was convenient? It was an election that Umar and Abu
After
Bakr...
Muhammad died.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
couldn't do an election before he died because he didn't nominate them. Like he hadn't chosen them. That's why they had to have the election.
Exactly. So it's convenient that they wait until after Muhammad dies and they be like, yeah, okay.
Which would point to it being historical. Because, and remember that what he said about Ali is that Ali is my heir, but he never
could
said
also
he's a
point-
Khalifa, right?
It could also point to just this mythological figure, that they wanted to attribute anything to.
Which, I mean, like, what? Okay, why didn't they say that he appointed Umar?
If
'Cause
I
they
remember
didn't.
correctly, they did say that.
They didn't, though. They were elected.
Now, okay, according to the, can we bring that hadith up? I think I remember it saying.
I'm not sure which hadith it is because the details of the election are like this huge drama thing, and it took me a really long time to sort it out. Now, he was telling Umar that Abu Bakr, I want you to lead the prayers for me. And maybe, I don't know what Abu Bakr said in the election meeting. Maybe he said, he wanted me to lead in your place, so you should choose me. I mean, he might have said that. I don't know. But I do know that he was elected. And
Yeah,
why would he need to be
we're talking about
elected?
two different hadiths, but I will find it for you. I will find it. The one I'm talking about, and get back to you. I will find it. But yeah, can I go on, or do you want to bring up anybody else?
We do have
Yeah,
one new
go on,
person,
go on.
but you can
I'll
go
give
on
you a
for
little
while.
bit more space here if you
Yeah,
want.
because
Guys,
I do
Guys,
have to leave.
Before you continue, I want to say thank you very much for having me. God bless you all. Mary, very good work, Thaddeus. God bless you, brother. And Samuel, is it? Samuel?
Yes.
God bless you too.
Yeah,
And
you
all of the panel there. And all of the chat. Thank you very much, guys. You are a blessing for the Christendom. And I just have to jump off. I will listen to your live. And that's it from me.
God bless. So, Mary,
Have
you said that
fun,
you had to
guys.
go soon?
I have to go in 20 minutes. I need.
Okay,
to
let me
go.
try to run through these questions as
Okay.
quickly as possible then. Thank you for joining. And then we have Islam
And we'll do
Professor in
another
the
one.
background, but he just seems to be a Muslim who just wants to argue about any random stuff. So
Okay.
I will leave. I will bring him up, but I'll do it after the legitimate questions from the audience first. All right. So from Jack Ray, I was surprised that you said Muhammad was never used as a title at that time. Robert grabbed that one a bit and ran too much. So we already covered that earlier.
Yep.
But
Cover that one.
I enjoyed seeing a different approach on David Wood on Muhammad than David Wood on Muhammad's existence. Love debate. Love you both. Thank you for that. And love Robert Spencer as well. Absolutely. And, you know, David himself will say that his argument is half joke, right? Because he just wants Muhammad to lose no matter what.
And so
it is a legitimate
David
argument, but it's
not David's
only a
actual
small
real
portion
argument.
of the yes, exactly. David, if he was given the task of presenting the best possible argument, he would definitely present a lot more stuff. This is from Weird Stuff. So he was up here and talking to us. So all good there. Next up from David, Raymond's arguments are cool, but I don't agree with him on the point that Muhammad was better historical attestations compared to Jesus. If Raymond Emer had been saying that, then I definitely disagree with that. I think
actually, wait 1 second. I forgot what
there's more external sources, but that's not the only criteria.
I actually have to go right now, but I will plug on my phone and I will rejoin on my phone in like a minute. Okay.
Okay.
I forgot what day of the week it was because I think it was Tuesday and I'm on the wrong schedule. Bye.
All right. No worries. I'll take a super chat rather than a question while we wait for her return.
They give a loan to Allah. What is the reward? The reward in this life is that the money will come back double. You give 100, 200 will come back. Sooner or later. Believe me. All money that is given for the sake of Allah, it comes back. And I'm sure that all of you have experience.
I'm sure you all definitely have that experience. Jack Ray keeps sending in 10 gifted reason answers memberships periodically. So obviously he keeps getting 20 gifted reason answers memberships back in return. I'm not quite sure what that would mean, but there you go. That is the proof. This is the proof. You see? Thank you, Jack, for all your support. And with that, we got Mary back already.
Sort of. My phone is not wanting to take my jacket away.
Yeah, definitely not very usable as is here.
What's going on? Okay. Speak now.
Can you hear me?
No,
you can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. The issue is that my headset. Okay, this is a headset.
Okay, you're creating all kinds of horrible noises.
Sorry, let me mute this.
There you go. Mute it until you think you got it fixed. Thank you. Let me take another super chat while we wait. This one from Chris at Speaker's Corner.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down. This is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Chris at Speaker's Corner says, hey guys, love the debate. I'm grateful we can have this discussion openly and learn from one another. Although also, according to someone else, I'm vehemently opposed to having these open discussions. Thanks, Chris, for the donation, and thanks for coming up here. I thought it was a very good discussion, definitely. Very respectful, very nice. I was glad you were here. Still waiting on Mary. So super chat from Scott wants to grow.
I can hear it talk.
Here's the sadness. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
And thank you for contributing to the work there. Scott Winsker says, keep up the good work. And he just contributed to that happening. So thank you very much for that donation. I think Mary is now ready for us to continue with questions.
Yeah, so I actually looked through the hadith about Muhammad's death and the successors. So Mary was right. It was not Muhammad who said that they sometimes, when you read these hadith, you see Messenger of Allah, sallallahu blah 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 all the time, and you memorize it incorrectly. So
yep, no worries.
Yeah, so you're Mary, you were right. He didn't say it. So it seems to be an election, like you said. It would create to historicity. But yeah, as I said again.
Oh, it wasn't my thing at all. It was just like the system freaked out. So I am here.
So okay, so I want to put this on the public.
Your
record.
system messed up and tried to simultaneously do wired headset and speakerphone for some reason.
We don't care, Mary. We don't care.
That did not work.
We have limited time. We need to get to actual things. I want to put this on the public record here. Islam professor just disconnected, saying Mary is scared to debate a real Muslim. He was waiting a while, but all the comments he were putting in chat were along the lines of how Christianity is false. So I didn't actually think that he wanted to talk about the historicity of Muhammad. I asked him if he did. He said yes, and I said great. And then within like 2 minutes, he disconnected. So I didn't have a chance to bring him up. I would welcome a discussion with him. Mary has very limited time today. She's about to be off anyway. So Islam professor, if by chance you're still listening, drop me an email, thaddeus@reasonanswers.com, found in the video description, and I can set up an actual debate with you and Mary if you so choose. I do apologize about not getting you on. We had some long discussions with other people, and I would have liked to get you on. It just didn't work out today. But again, anytime that's convenient for you, let's continue the discussion. All right, let's get these questions here. Saw a few people arguing that Petra is the actual center of Islam. What do you think about that? Did a real Muhammad live in Petra, or will you still say he's from Mecca? And we just lost Mary, so I'll answer for her. She's in and out. So Mary would say absolutely that Muhammad comes from the Hijazi region, probably a small town known as Mecca. Because of the geographical details found in the Quran, which is ironically the primary argument made for Petra is the geographic details found in the Quran. That this portrays a group of people who are not, who fit with people who would be from the region where Muhammad supposedly came from, as opposed to Petra, where they would have different ideas. As far as the pointing of the mosques goes, unfortunately, a lot of that data is kind of fudged a bit. They don't really point in any definitive direction because people are using folk astronomy to align with Mecca, and I'm just finishing answering for you, then you can add, Mary. And thus, they were attempting to point towards Mecca according to their understanding of how that should be done, and they end up pointing in like just to the east or whatever, right? That was like the extent of their attempt to point it. Is like, okay, Mecca's to the east, let's point the mosque towards the east. All right, what do you want to add, Mary?
That's it. You are completely correct. So you nailed it.
All right. Yep. And then there's the agricultural details and the tanning of hides and whatnot as well. Other details that fit in with the Hijaz region, which I said before you reconnected. All right. Next question then. From Samuel. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with that question.
Okay. You said I'm asserting Mecca was not a pilgrimage site before Islam, but collaboration beyond the Islamic narratives are scarce at best.
So there's very good reason to believe that it was a pilgrimage site because it matches Iron Age pagan pilgrimage sites, nothing from later. So it makes absolutely no sense that it would be from later, just from that view. But also, historically, given the memory of other tribes of it being a pagan site, it probably really was.
So let me just, since this is my question, can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
Yeah, because again, with Petra, people would say that either more up north, or as Lloyd have said previously, that's further south, like either Yemen or Petra.
Both would be.
We might have lost
I
Mary
muted
in this
myself.
sentence there. Mary, can you hear us? Yeah, it looks like we lost Mary. Hopefully she'll reconnect. She heard the question, so when she reconnects, we'll get her answer.
I still didn't get
that.
to play the devil's advocate for my friend. That may be another time. If you're,
Yeah.
are you gonna do more of these? I would love to come up and.
Yeah, definitely. We're
There's
going to
so
continue
many
this.
things.
Yes, absolutely. And here comes Mary back.
Up,
Get
got
it
you
out.
again.
Yep. So you started to answer. We heard like 2 words, and then you were cut off. So just start your answer again.
Sorry about that. That cannot be true because those places were entirely Christian or Jewish Christian, or had way too much knowledge of these places. They weren't pagan sites. What pagans is he talking to? He has to be talking to some group who did some pagan-y things, and that just didn't exist there. The story is that, oh, Petra had this pagan. No, it didn't. Those places had been abandoned hundreds of years before. So what were the pagans he was talking to? It was the Meccans.
Yeah, I think they.
And they were the.
Sorry.
Yeah, they were like the primotheists. So they saw Allah as a high god, but they worshipped other gods too. And there are very few places in the world where that could still be happening.
I think what they would say is heretical Christians or heretical Jews in
That is untrue.
Okay.
They had actual, literal leaders. They had bishops there who were part of the church. They were not heretical, and it.
Looks like we probably lost Mary again, but I think we got the gist of her answer. And since we're trying to be brief, we'll leave it at that. Anyway.
I don't know why this keeps.
It's all good. It's all good. Let's get to the next question. We got the gist of it. So the next question from Serial Bull: what is the book of the camel of God that John of Damascus writes about?
The one about the camel. I mean, there's one of the surahs are about the camel, and it has a different name now.
So for context here, right? Robert said that he talks about a couple of the surahs by their current titles, and then he also talks about a book of camel, which doesn't match the name of any current surah. But what you're saying is he's giving either he's giving it that name or other people are giving that name, because the names of the surah are not like recorded in the Quran, right? They're just by convention.
Like they're kind of recorded in the Hadith, but they have different names sometimes. Like people didn't always call them the same thing. The cow pretty much has a fixed name, but there are several of them that are called like 4 different names. So there was no authority to tell everyone you must call the surah that.
All right. So super chat question from Nicholas.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me, to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch, and for dinner, and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
All right, so just clarifying here what we discussed earlier. Apparently, Jay invited Ibrahim to debate on his live stream with Hatun in Ibrahim's latest video. A few hours ago, he accepted. Will be fun. Let's see. Let's see if it actually happens. Can't play live stream 2x speed. Could you speak a little bit faster? No. I mean, I am speaking faster now because I'm trying to get as much in as possible. But live streams in general are, pretty casual events, not trying to cram as much stuff in as possible. So if live streams are too slow for you, I suggest you just watch the replay. Also from Samuel here, isn't it plausible that they're referencing Petra and Mecca added afterwards? So I guess that's kind of the same question.
Yep, did that one.
And then next up, I love the debate, and especially like seeing a different position than that of David. Thank you, Mary and Robert, for the beautiful and very informative debate. Muhammad was a possessed golem. Thank you for the encouragement. Then we got a comment saying, read AJ Deuce. We know much more now. There was no one Muhammad in Mecca in the Hijaz, but a chain of Muhammads, the Jewish leadership, mostly in Baghdad. It identifies all the figures in the standard Islamic narrative. I would just, Mary can give a further answer, but I'd just like to say, where's the evidence for any of this? There's zero documents that call any of these figures Muhammad's. That's all his imagination. Or
yes, it is his imagination. He's making it up. AJ Juice.
It's the conclusion. It's not really his evidence.
Yeah,
right?
but
so, anyway,
no. AJ Juice is just, he is extraordinarily unreliable. Don't count on anything he says. And if he tells you that it's raining, go outside and check. He just says things that he thinks sounds nice because I've read some of his stuff and I'm like, why am I spending any of the time of my life doing this, because nothing he says is true. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Can I comment on that, because this goes into the devil's advocate I was gonna play, because I got like the text from my friend that's pretty similar to this question. So what my friend said, she said, epigraphy studies is what collaborates with the historicity of the openings of Mecca, and everybody was already monotheistic.
That's untrue. Again, so the Christians called, so in northern Arabia, they had become Christian. That's why it didn't happen in northern Arabia.
So hold on, Mary. Let me just try to clarify what I think might be the case, and you can tell me whether I'm wrong or right. But AJ Deuce makes various arguments how the temple is, really Christian or whatever, that draws us into the start of Islam, and then makes a conclusion that they must have been calling their leaders Muhammad, and these figures in Christian history are those people. People have they've heard that there's all these people being called Muhammad, and that's not actually a source document claim. That's his claim, I think, right?
Yeah, like he says a few true things and then just makes statements, and people are like, "Oh, that's evidence." I'm like, "No, it's not."
Well, if there was a document that says that, that would be
but there isn't.
Very strong evidence, but that document doesn't exist. That's his hypothesis about history. That's not something he observed in the document, and it's his hypothesis based on what he observed about the temple itself in literature and whatnot. So don't confuse what his actual what is his evidence and what is his own unique claim, which I think is what's kind of happened here.
Yeah, well, I mean, his evidence is kind of a few random facts in history.
I'm not saying his evidence is good. I'm just saying it's taken as a fact, right? It's being taken as a fact that there's this chain of people called Muhammad, when he's not actually even he's claiming that happened, but he's not claiming that's what he's seeing in the evidence per se.
Here is evidence that happened. No, he's just saying, and these people were Muhammad.
Yep, exactly. Right.
But it's just not true.
Because you talked about it in the debate with Robert Spencer, with that engraving from 523 CE.
Yeah, I already covered it. That's a signature.
Yeah. Can you just go over that again?
Okay, so the normal form of signature of things that were ordered to be built by kings and so on, at the end, they would very often have the one under whose authority they were doing it, and then their own names. And that by is an authored by in that context. So he's doing it. Whoops.
Mary just got lost.
Sorry.
Destination.
I'm back. We did it. He's doing it under the authority of the Lord of the Jews, and it was done by a Jude named Muhammad. He's just signing his work as a scribe.
All right. And that can be reviewed from earlier in the thing. I want to try to get as many of these as possible. David K says, I've seen Jay claim that St. Ambrose used Muhammad as a title for Jesus. I suspect that St. Ambrose probably said that Song of Solomon is about Jesus because that was the normative to say everything in the entire New Testament, Old Testament was about Jesus. And
yeah, that's what
Jay
happened.
Has
so
misinterpreted it as him claiming
again,
that specific word as a title. Correct?
Yes, that is exactly what happened. So what Ambrose is saying, like all the early church fathers, the Jews said that was about, that it's really the other layer of meaning is about God and his coming to his bride, Israel, and Christians continued with that. It's Christ coming with his, coming to his bride, the church. And he's just saying that this whole passage is about the bride coming to the church. And just because it quotes the word loveliness in Latin doesn't mean that he thinks it is a title of Jesus. That just makes no sense whatsoever. It is very, very irresponsible handling of the text.
All right, next one. Is it plausible that a bunch of deranged Arabs in power just made things up to justify their desires?
No.
It's plausible that they would have tried to make it. The evidence doesn't fit it, right? I think.
I'm sorry for asking so many questions while being on stage.
No, you're fine, right? I saved all these, and then you came up later. We've already talked about some of this stuff, but just short answer there: it's plausible. It just doesn't fit the evidence.
Yeah, I would still say just because it sounds like whatever. But to me, like whenever they like. I can imagine it in my head, like whatever a deranged leader wanted to do, he's like, Muhammad did it, so let's say it's okay, kind of thing.
Except that isn't what happened.
The supposition
because keep in mind, but it isn't plausible because the special
in abstract, it's plausible that someone would attribute things to the past to justify their own claims, right? I mean, that's what all mythologies are, except it's the distant past. It's not, 50 years ago.
But part of the problem is that you are claiming things of, someone who is, or who had special priorities for himself that you don't claim that you get. Like these were most of the rules were rules just for Muhammad that didn't apply to anybody else.
Yeah.
So,
and thus there's no reason to make it up, right?
Right.
No, but I'm just thinking like example 11 wives or how many wives you want, and it's like, well, I can only have 4 wives, but the best guy ever, he could. Why would you need
a rule whenever they didn't have any limit before? Arabs had no limit, so why introduce a limit?
How do you know that
it's not extending? It's not going from 1 to 4. It's going from infinite to 4.
But how do you know that they didn't have a limit?
Because there's no one who records that they did. Pagans were known to be polytheistic. There's no reason to think that they did. And you can't lie about someone's history and then use that as an excuse when it's something that they know isn't true. Like you can't lie. Now I'm introducing this brand new idea that nobody's ever heard of before, that we can have 4 wives when we used to only be able to have 1. But now I'm going to tell you that really your grandparents had as many wives as they wanted. Like that's doesn't make any sense.
All right, so moving on. Wad said, keep defending the existence of Prophet Muhammad. Next, I want you to defend the veracity of his theology and prophethood.
The issue.
That's not how things work, right? That's not how things work. You don't just go from he existed to he was a true prophet of God and everything.
I mean, like the reason why he so clearly existed because he's so dumb. That's part of the reason. All the times he got tricked, all the stupid stuff he said, the fact that you guys wear hijabs, that women wear hijabs now because Muhammad was scared of the toilet demons, that points to a real dude. It really does.
But Mary, also, like, for example, like my picture, you know, the Burak, of course that's mythological and stuff like that, like him having open heart surgery to take out his blackened heart, the Kaaba becoming black because of sin and stuff like that. Of course these are not true, right? So, like, I mean, that's why I'm saying
well, yeah, but they're borrowed from, most of them are borrowed from recognizable sources. The book Burak is stolen from Persia, says the washing of the heart. He just lifted a story.
Right. But actually, regardless of where the story itself comes from, yeah, people can make up myths, but they tend to make up myths around something that's already accepted as true. Right.
Like, who was witness to his Burak in Muhammad's story? If you're making him up, you can make everybody see it. But if he's real, nobody saw it. And guess how many people saw it? Nobody. Because he made it up. Because he made it up.
Yeah.
But is it,
like,
is
if
possible?
this was like a Greek writing a mythology about their gods, they'd just say that everyone saw the Burak, right?
but look, isn't it possible because Bukhari, one of the ones who collected all of these sayings, because, like, the whole idea is because there were so many sayings about Muhammad and everybody have their own versions of it, nobody knew what was true, so he had to collaborate which one was probably more true than others. And
So you're accepting the myth
later,
he invented, right? Because it's clearly false that he evaluated 600,000 hadith. That's like humanly impossible. So he just makes up a number to say, I've gotten all the true stuff together.
Right. So he's just kind of used at the time of Bukhari. Still, they were using or Bukhari, sorry, they were still using like emotional numbers in a lot of ways. So, like, you'd say a number because it feels like a good number if it's big, not because it's an accurate number. So, like, he was just saying that I've looked at everything that there is and I've picked everything that's reliable so you can trust me. That's what he's actually communicating.
I'm not saying, like, I'm not giving readers that, like, there was that many or that. All I'm saying is, isn't it possible though that there was so many sayings and he had to collect which one were more true than others?
We can. So, fun fact: the hadith that Bukhari rejects are more or less known, right? They're just the Hassan, Da'if hadiths that you find in other places. Some of them you find them in canonical collections. Some you'll only find in other sources. There are literally dozens and dozens of hadith collections. So we actually do have those sources available to us for the most part, and we can independently evaluate them and say, yeah, Bukhari made the wrong choices. Right? He put in a bunch of really stupid stuff and left out some legit stuff. But we do have them available for evaluation, just like we have sources made up by 2nd, 3rd century people claiming that, Jesus did such and such, and we can evaluate them and say that they're not true. We can do the same with a hadith collection.
But my point is, if he collaborated a lot of different sayings, how do we know which ones are true and which ones are myth and which ones people just wanted to believe? Because, like, there's so many questions.
Right. So yeah, exactly. That's the core question. We use the historical method, which is not like just an easy yes/no process, right? We have to carefully evaluate, see what fits together, see what makes sense. We make judgment calls. This is how all history is done, right? People evaluate documents. They make judgment calls about what seems to be the most probable outcome of history based on what they know. Then they evaluate the source based on alignment with other sources, and if a source it seems to be reliable on some things, then you can say it's reliable on other things that you don't have direct verification for. It's a whole process. It's not just like either or type situation.
So what my conspiracy is...
So just very, very quickly, early on, one of the reasons why they invented hadith sciences is because they knew that a lot of the made up things were coming from, oh yes, my grandfather saw him, and from him he got a cup of water, and it never ran dry for 3 years, and that kind of stuff that people just say, right? And so they wanted a mechanism for just tossing out all the silly stuff like that without necessarily like making a big to-do about it. Like, what's an easy way to just tell whether or not this one goofy story from one weird source, when he went by our village, our well filled up with water and overflow, you know, like, what do you do with all of those stories when he shouldn't be anywhere near there? Why is he out there? What's he doing there? Why is this story happening? So that's really why they were inventing the isnad. And in a way, it isn't a terrible approach. Like, some things about it, like, I can see why you would do that. But continuing to extend the narration and not collecting it quickly into books is just like
that's
not the way to do
problem.
it. But
but this is when you say I see why they did that. This is what my conspiracy theory is, that the people of the time, the leaders of the time, where caliph, whatever they are, basically told a bunch of scholars, go out and just collaborate and give the best
they
ratings.
didn't. I'm telling you that there's no way, nothing has ever been fabricated in that way in the history of the world.
Hold on, just the best ratings, so that accommodates to solidify like a mythical being that they wanted to look up upon.
Well, there is some of that because they wanted to.
Mary, I want to get the other questions. I want to get other questions.
Yep.
You've already discussed this multiple times with Samuel. I want to get other people's questions. Someone said that you should challenge Muhammad Hijab to debate this. I suspect Muhammad Hijab won't be debating anyone on any subject for the foreseeable future. He's going to lie low. Anyway, next question.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Wasn't looking at the list. It was actually a super chat. Thank you very much, Hussein. He said, I'm a custodian and a sweeper, when we were talking about the strange sweeper verse. Nicholas says, why Muhammad mentioned only 4 times in Quran and 0 details in Hadith that was written hundreds of years later from people who was from Afghanistan, for example. They have all details about him. So kind of 2 things here. Why is Muhammad so little mentioned in the Quran, by name anyway? And why do the Hadith come from far away? And paint a different picture in terms of amount of details anyway.
Right. So let's deal with Bukhari. He's from really far away. Yeah, he was from really far away. And guess where he traveled? To Mecca and Medina, and where the children and students of other people were. He wasn't gaining his knowledge from over there.
And Mary cut out, but what she was saying is that, yes, Bukhari, the individual, comes from a specific geographical region, but the stories he's collecting come from far and wide. Just continue from where we got almost everything you said. Oh, hold on. I'm hearing you, but the audience is not, and I can't.
Oh, maybe it's just people.
No. I see. Like, I was listening to you. I see it's not going into the broadcast, the audio. Let me refresh my screen and see if that's the problem. So, okay, yeah, I was able to re-add you once I refreshed the screen. So I think they'll be able to hear you now. Go ahead. No, I'm not hearing Mary. All right. Oh, I heard you. Say it again. Nope, it's not going to the audience. Samuel's probably hearing you, but the audience is. Yeah, go ahead.
I can hear you both.
Yeah, you can probably hear it, but it's not going into the broadcast, so not too useful.
Now,
All right.
am I here?
Sorry, say it again.
Am I here? Can they hear me?
Yes, they can.
Yay! All right. So second one was, first one was Bukhari location. The second one was what? Sorry. What was the second half of it?
Why the Quran has so little details about Muhammad?
Well, first of all, the hundreds of years later, again, we've dealt with this. You're talking about surviving sources that are complete versus fragmentary sources that actually were written, and there are things in between. People need to stop saying hundreds of years later because it's just not accurate. But also, it's because of the genre that it is. The genre that the Quran is the genre of the pagan soothsayers. The difference being that his didn't have a meter, and he chanted it to sound like somewhere Christians and the Jews, like, but Eastern style, right? It's all chanting. So he's imitating the sounds and chanting of the Christians and Jews, and then he is using the format of other soothsayers. Because he thinks that that's what scripture is.
Yeah, so I think
that's why, because it's a dumb book. I'm sorry.
Yeah, follow up here, but I think it's kind of answers. So let me just make it clear. But why didn't mention in the Quran when it was written earlier? People who, and then later people who aren't eyewitnesses know more. That doesn't make any sense. Well, you're just assuming that the Quran should be the story of Muhammad, but that's not its purpose. It's not intended to be a biography of him, so we wouldn't expect it to have a lot of information about him.
It's supposed to be a reproduction of the Bible. That's what it's supposed to be. According to itself, it's a reproduction of the Bible, but in Arabic. The fact that it isn't just shows that Muhammad had no idea what it was. And this whole, the farther you go, the more details they know. Here's the thing. Just because the first published version went out at a certain time does not mean that the other material ceased to exist. Just because someone only took, because you have a finite amount of paper, parchment, you have a finite amount of time, you want to get information out with a certain expense of time, effort, and money, you have to make editorial choices. To claim that what was reported is all there was is just doesn't make sense. He's editing his sources. Other people edited the sources differently. Now, past a certain date, you don't get anything new showing up.
Yeah, this is also a misconception of just history in general. Actually, over time, details tend to fall out. You might get new stories, you might get totally new ideas, but the details of stories drops out. They become vaguer over time, generally speaking, especially in an oral culture where the storyteller, right, is preserving the story, but they are allowed to tell it in a way that fits to the particular audience. So trivial details tend to fall out over time. What you get is new stories or embellishments or grandiose language, but details actually tend to fall out over time. And of course, always there might be exceptions, but the fact that there's great detail later on is not evidence that those details have been added. All right, next question.
Oral cultures. I ask you now, the Quran, was it, whoops, am I here?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, no? Okay. The Quran, was it oral or was it written? Its own stories, how it receives its stories. It was in an oral environment. Do the stories in the Quran have more or less detail than the entire body of Bible come midrash?
Yep.
A lot less. They even have less in the Bible, even when they're taking, even when they're taking from the midrash, they still have less total details than the biblical account does. Now, the midrash are expansions on them, but they are expansions that take place in a deliberate act that is a written format. They're not natural expansions. They are pious, deliberate expansions. And there's no evidence that that was a thing in Islam, that they would do deliberate expansions on things. Like, nobody thought that these things were originally in the text.
Right. You add like entirely new scenes to a story as opposed to adding trivial details in the middle of the story. All right. Super chat question.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down. This is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Thank you very much for that. Our Hebrew friend here, I didn't look up the translation of your name, but thank you for the donation. Muhammad is vaguely mentioned in Quran. If he existed, what was his religion? Was he Muslim or a heretical Christian? So what was Muhammad's religion?
He tells you he's a Hanafiya. He was a Hanafiya. He says he's a Hanafiya. And who are the Hanafiya? They're the people of Banu Hanifa. Now they were heretical Christians. Muhammad kind of heard about them, like heretical Christians in the vaguest sense of the word. Muhammad kind of heard about them. He says he's Hanafiya. So what he thinks, they believe, whether or not they actually do, because again, he gets everything wrong. Whoops.
Excellent. That is a very good point, that Muhammad does think he's teaching the same religion. So in a sense, he does claim to be a Christian, but he's of course wrong, right? He makes that claim, but he's not right when he makes it. And then you got these people coming along today and say, yeah, well, actually he was right. He was a Christian. I mean, they're not really saying he's right, of course, but interesting full circle there. In any case, yeah, I would say it depends on exactly what you mean by Muslim. He doesn't think he's creating a new religion. He is creating a new religion, but that religion continued to evolve for hundreds of years. So he's not following modern Islam precisely either. But I would say what he's doing doesn't really qualify as heretical Christianity because he doesn't really know enough about Christianity to be a heretic.
Yeah. So he and the idea that he says the name of Christ, he is, yes. In any other sense, no, not really. But he also thinks that the Hanafi is the exact same religion as the Jews. He thinks everybody who's a monotheist has the same religion.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. And he has that. Yeah, they have the same religion, and that is the religion that he is according to himself. He taught the precepts that are in Islam, not anything about the theology of Allah. Allah was a big human who stomped around in the sky for him, right? Mm-hmm. Much to the embarrassment of later scholars. But like that's what he taught. He grabbed some stories and he thought that there were a whole bunch of prophets, and the prophets came to tell everyone to only worship one God, and the Jews and the Christians had the same God, and the Jews are just dorks because they won't recognize Jesus as a prophet, but he does. So everybody should agree that he's a true prophet and say yes. Even if they don't follow him, they should endorse him and go, yes, you are the prophet of the Arabs. But then they don't, because they're like, what are you talking about? That's not what we believe. Mm-hmm. So
all right, so next here.
One small point is that's the problem. It's like, what about Islam? What about new religion? What about this? I'm like, they didn't think they had a new religion. They thought they had the same religion that Jews and Christians had, and it's all one religion. Why would they be saying we have a new religion?
They weren't necessarily using the term Islam yet, in other words, right? They weren't necessarily using.
They weren't using it as a distinction between anything else. Right. Notice whenever with the Najran Arabic-speaking Christians, they said, no, we have submitted to God long before you. What are you talking about? You're not submitting to God, because it was just a word.
So Wad here says that you, Mary, only confirm what you consider embarrassing hadith and disregard everything good about the Prophet. Muhammad character as forged reports, very weak and biased methodology. Is that your methodology, Mary? Are you just using the criterion of embarrassment?
No, I am not. No, I'm not. I'm using anything that continues in a thread throughout. Now, my view of Muhammad is incredibly negative from the things that he did. So any point in his career, I will see as negative because I see him as a horrible person. But I'm not selecting special hadith that are like embarrassing or something.
The only hadith that you may or may not be thinking of that paint Muhammad in a great light are unquestionably forgeries. Muslims themselves will say that they're forgeries.
Yeah.
Because they're written like in the 15th century or something, or even
He
the
was
20th
nice to
century.
a Jewish woman who didn't exist. Like, yeah, that
Yeah.
doesn't exist. Go search for knowledge, even if you have to go to China. Yeah, that didn't exist. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
Isn't
honest
the
Muslims,
final
even though they're
sermon
very
also-
popular in the Islamic world, they'll say these are not true stories. So,
Isn't the final sermon also a fabrication?
The final sermon is so fractional and has so little coherence that, yeah, I think that almost all of it is fabricated, because I don't think he said all that much, and people made him say what they desperately wanted him to say. But here, there's evidence. Why? What is the evidence? Because the sermons, fragments, we don't have anybody who tells like a long story that this is all the stuff he said, even though they say it about other events. Nobody says that here. They give these
and
little
in
fragments.
particular, right? And
Uh-huh.
in particular, what Samuel's probably thinking of, the everyone's equal, blacks and whites, and
Yeah.
blah blah. That is not part of any account of the final sermon until the 20th century.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, that would be
unquestionably
contradictory to his
it could
character.
be something he said, but it's unquestionably not part of the final sermon. All right,
Yeah.
let's get to the next one.
Can I just say I want to drop out? So thank you.
I will see you later.
Yes,
Thank you.
and,
Appreciate
thank
you
for
being
the
on
answers.
here, Samuel. Good chat.
Yes.
Glad you came.
All right. Take care. Bye.
All right. So my property search. The Bible speaks of false prophets to come. According to the Bible, can this be a phantom prophet in the case of that Muhammad never existed, or does it really refer to human false prophets? I mean, the Bible definitely is referring to human false prophets. I guess that could probably include mythology too.
But for the most part, it's really just talk about human prof, because they're people that you need to watch out for.
Right. But regardless, right. Like, okay, so for example, Mormonism, like they definitely make up some figures of history, which are definitely myths, right? But at the same time, it's going to have a human origin. So it's talking about the people bringing the religions, bringing these new ideas. That's what it means by the false prophets, making claim. Even if those claims are about other people of the past, it's talking about the person themselves that brought the claim, not necessarily what the figures of the claim, if that makes sense. All right, next. Mary, how can you make such a statement that we know a lot about Muhammad? Really? You think? Do we have enough information that 1 billion people are going to kill for him?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a non sequitur, first of all. What Muslims do today has nothing to do with whether Muhammad's historical or not.
Yeah, and yes, we know a lot about him. And he said horrible things that would make people want to kill other people for him. Okay? Yeah. I mean, they were dying in his day for him. So, yeah.
Nissan Attic,
They give a loan to Allah. What is the reward? The reward in this life is that the money will come back double. You give 100, 200 will come back. Sooner or later. Believe me. All money that is given for the sake of Allah, it comes back. And I'm sure that all of you have experienced.
So I forgot that this was a member message there, but thank you for being a long-term member. The no-mo argument seems incredibly technical to make, and I did ask a follow-up what he meant by that exactly. He said that they bring lots of details and connect them together.
Well, the thing is that they are picking and choosing from among the details and choosing to view them in a certain way that is against how you would view them if you looked at them all together. If you look at everything that was said about the Arab invaders and their leader and their everything else from the time that they show up in the Levant until the 40 years later, you have a really clear picture of someone who could be Muhammad. Like, you don't have all of Muhammad's details because they don't care about all that, but you have a very clear picture, and you have nothing that could not be Muhammad that can't be accounted for from the fact that people are like, some people are writing down rumors and they're really far away, and someone told, if you're 800 miles away and you're just writing rumors that you've heard and you have no firsthand experience, then maybe you won't be so accurate. The closer you are in time and space, the more accurate it is. That's what we expect. So they're making these arguments trying to dazzle you. Well, they've been dazzled. They are dazzled by picking out one little thing and going, oh, I feel that this person should have said this other thing. I feel this other person should have said this other thing. I feel this third person should have said this third thing. I feel this fourth person. But when you put them all together, it fills in all the holes. So, and then the other thing they do is they grab the goalposts and they run. So they set goals for you that's impossible to match with any historical figure. And then they grab the goalpost for themselves and they run away from having any standard. And that's how you know something is illegitimate. If a person cannot stand on their own standard, they cannot establish a standard for their own theory, because everything has a theory. If you're saying that that the Quran came about at a certain time, you say a how, and you must. You can't just go, it dropped from heaven, because that would be a how. You have a how, and you need to meet your own standards for establishing the how. Because if you're saying that something that happened at this time would have this evidence, then your thing that happened in this time ought to have the same evidence. But they never do that.
Yep, and that'd be my challenge to Jay, or the stronger version of Robert's claim, since he makes two claims, one strong, one weak, would be apply your standards for evidence to your own claim, right? That would be my challenge to them, because they're saying we're missing all this evidence and then just filling it in with things that have absolutely no evidence in many cases, or have, one vague claim that they can stretch to fit it.
And they're running to a hadith that aren't testified to into the 15th century and telling me that a hadith that I have from the 9th century is too late.
Yep. And Nisana clarified, I'm getting at the practicality of the argument versus normal arguments. Yeah. So the more explanations you have to come up with, the less likely it's to be legitimate. And that's exactly what, say, atheist Jesus mythers do, right? Every single source you bring, they'll come up with a different independent explanation for why you shouldn't trust that source. And it ends up just being, well, I can come up with some sort of reason to reject something. Therefore, it doesn't. Therefore, there's no evidence to evaluate, which is just not a good way to do anything. History, or just thought in general, right?
Yep.
Is to say, I can come up with some completely different example is exactly what a flat earther will do, right? They'll come up with some reason to reject whatever evidence has been presented, and they say, therefore, the earth is flat. And it just doesn't work that way. It's just not a good way to do anything if you want to actually come to truth. Eve said, a question for Mary, given that these hadith were filtered and selected at a particular point in time, isn't there a better explanation for the consistency of the stories?
Well, they were filtered and selected by different people with different beliefs and different adherence to different things. Like Muqatil, he was an anthropomorphist. Malik ibn Abbas, he was one of the first ones who wasn't. So you have some very different ideas about various things. And a lot of the people who are doing the selecting are not doing the bidding of the caliphate. And that's also helpful, because the caliphate doesn't really love being second guessed in their rulings. So they're not really big on these judges. So it's the fact that you actually do have, even though you don't have separation of church and state, in that the caliphate demands you do something and you must do it, right? Like they tell you to kill people, you have to kill them. But there is, in the sense that all of these judicial rulings are not things that, they're things that different judges are establishing and collecting on their own. And you can't really have a central authority from a very early time because the people are too spread out.
Very good there. And I would just again point out that we can look at the ones that were filtered out too. We can accept the sources that, we can look at the sources that Islam doesn't accept and see that they also paint the same consistent picture. So they were rejected because they didn't fit in, but they paint the same kind of picture about this historical Muhammad. Cargo Crew says, why did you brand Mel as someone who's a mythist and ask him for evidence? You can't leave it open-ended using the highlight function there. The reason I called or Mary called him a mythist is because he is. That's a neutral term to describe his position. He believes that Muhammad was a myth. He is a mythist about Muhammad. Why I asked him for evidence? Well, I asked everyone to bring evidence. I don't expect there to be someone to believe us without looking at the evidence. So leaving it open-ended, saying, I don't care whether it's true or not, is not engaging in evidence. It's not engaging in dialogue. It's not engaging in debate. It's not doing what you accused me of doing, where I just shut down debate, right?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Very bluntly, Mel is a Muhammad mythicist. He says that if he existed, he is not as described. He is a different figure who acquired these later. That is what mythicism is. He is acting like I'm smearing him horribly by saying that he's making up myths. That's not what mythicism is. Look at definitions.
Mm-hmm. Snoopy says could not hear you, Mary. You're gonna have to specify on what. Go ahead and talk so I can make sure they hear you now, Mary.
Is it working now? I may have broken up very
we
briefly
can hear
there.
you now.
All right, so
it's tricky because sometimes I can hear and other people can't. So
that's
I don't
really weird.
necessarily know.
Well, in like 2 minutes, I'll be hearable again. I'm about to go through a dead spot. But I just said definition. You can repeat what I said. That
yeah.
I'm not saying that you're making up myths.
Right. Because of the delay and whatnot. And I don't know exactly when this put in. I don't know what Snoopy missed. But yeah, Mel is a mythist. He believes that Muhammad was a myth. That's not an insult. That's just a single word description of his position. Okay, so Cargo Crew clarified, I don't like when you guys discourage him. He's doing sincere work. We are on the same side against Islam, so don't fight, please. Well, Mary at the start of this kind of explained, why this is important. I don't question Mel's sincerity. I don't in any way say that he's just making stuff up to fit his agenda or something along those lines. But I do think he's wrong, and I do think it matters. Just because something is against Islam doesn't mean that we should repeat it. Like I could make up, and I'm not accusing Mel of making stuff up, but I could make up any claim whatsoever I wanted about Muhammad. Now, because he's such a horrible person, it's hard to think of something I could make up that isn't already attributed to him. But okay, so I could make up a claim that he's an alien from outer space that came here to deceive the human race as some sort of joke. And that would certainly be against Islam, right? That would certainly say Islam is false. However, I shouldn't repeat such a claim just because it makes Islam false, nor should I just ignore anyone saying it, because if the claim itself is not credible, if the claim is not true, and it paints a certain picture that's easy for Muslims to refute, that then in a way inoculates them against real criticism, inoculates them against a real historical critique, and thus it doesn't benefit our shared aim of speaking against Islam. And actually, I'm not. Now, Mel personally definitely is against Islam, right? He definitely personally hates Islam. I'm not actually certain that he would describe that as the mission of his channel. He might describe his channel as a neutral academic endeavor to discover the history of Islam. So I don't want to misattribute his own channel. My main concern is that it's just false and not a good argument.
It's not just false, it's transparently false. And Mel in particular will run after a new theory every week that makes you look uncredible, because you won't believe that Muhammad was a real person, but you will believe almost anything else about him. You will believe that he is Jewish up in Basra and Mesopotamia. You'll believe that he is in Petra. You will believe that he's up in Haran. You will believe that he is in China. Mel has said all of these things.
Yep.
that's the origin of
he's
Islam
changed
and
his
all these
position
places.
so many times, which then makes me wonder why he gets so mad when someone has a different position when he's constantly changing his own position. But regardless,
right, the only position that he has,
right? That's not even the issue that he changes his mind about things. The issue is that his current position is not historically credible, is really easy for Muslims to just ignore, and gives Christians a bad look when they're repeating ridiculous arguments just because they work against Islam.
Well, they think they work against Islam, but it's and the fact that he does change all the time and he always has the same level of confidence, that shows that he cannot be taken seriously when it comes to the level of evidence that he demands for his theories. If it is his pet theory, any amount of evidence is good enough for him.
Yep.
Bluntly. A word in Chinese that he can wrangle into a theory is good enough for him in his theories. And if you're saying that all of this evidence isn't good enough, but this word is, that makes you look foolish. And it makes everyone who is repeating your claims look foolish, and anyone even tangentially associated to your claims look foolish, which is unfortunate.
So Cargill said you're regimenting perfectly fluid thought process. You don't have I don't have the right to assume that people are making coherent arguments. I'm not quite sure what that's supposed to mean. Nicodemus says leave Mel alone. He's too nice to debate. He is an extremely nice guy. I like him
sometimes.
As a person.
Sometimes he calls people liars.
Okay, so yeah, well, okay. Let's be nice here, right?
Yeah.
Let's be nice. I like I said, I think Mel is genuine. I think that he believes what he says. I don't think he's like, being a charlatan or something along those lines. I did offer him the opportunity to pose questions for Mary to answer, even in an anonymous fashion. I also invited him to come on and have a discussion either with Mary or with me. Like if he didn't want to talk to Mary because he doesn't like her, he could talk directly to me. He declined both those things. So that would fit into, too nice to debate, except that he is debating this issue. He put tons of comments on the debate video. He put a community post. He posted a video. So he is engaging with our arguments. Yep. I don't see why we can't respond to him engaging with our arguments. If he'd said absolutely nothing, right? If he just ignored the debate, we wouldn't have brought his name up.
No, would not have.
But our position, and we have the right to respond to those arguments.
So he got upset at us at me using a completely normal name for the position of someone who says that a person didn't exist and that person is a myth. He doesn't seem to grasp the concept of mythicism as being, you're saying that the individual is a myth, not that you are making up myths. So he took his own presuppositions and then he accused me of speaking in bad faith because of his interpretation,
right?
Which is an issue
here. Can anyone catch me up on who Mel is? I thought the stream would be about the debate with Robert Spencer. Well, technically it's about Mary's position as a whole. This is the first time now, hour 3:45 that Mel came up, but because it came up, we addressed it. Mel runs a channel called Islamic Origins. He has worked with Jay in particular numerous times. I think he's been on Al-Fadi a few times, promoting. He's been on my channel several times as well, to be clear. I've had him on. I've allowed him to make his arguments and, didn't call him names or something. I allowed him to make his arguments. He made some interesting arguments on my channel. I think every video on my channel he would now personally say is wrong because he's, changed his position several times. But if you want to check it out, Islamic Origins is the name of his channel. He would describe what he's doing as an attempt to recover the history of proto-Islam Christian heresy that developed into Islam, something along those lines.
And he also was very, very upset at a chart that I had in which I had the words, I actually looked at it again. I had the words Antichrist theology. because this is a chart. You don't have room for lots of words. So if a source expressed the opinion that these people were opposed to Christian theology and the theology of Christ espoused by Christians, I put a mark. And he just was very angry at me because it doesn't have the words anti-Christian, but I never said that I would have an exact word there. I'm talking about, what does this source contain? Does it contain theology that is against Christ? Yes. So on one in particular, and he was provided the source, and he acknowledged the source, and then he promoted a video where he left out the source and kept the claim that I was saying this without any backing, that the Saracens were called unbelieving. And I pointed out unbelieving and infidel are synonyms. And then he got hooked up on the word infidel and got really, really upset about infidel. And he was emailing Thaddeus. So Thaddeus asked me the source, gave him the source. Guess what the Google Translate of the Latin is? Infidel.
Well, to be clear, I didn't ask you for the source. I knew what the source was. I asked you which part, because I didn't want to read the whole.
Yeah. Which part is it? Because it's like 100 pages. He's like, you're asking me for that, and he's like, which part is it? It's this huge thing. I'm like, oh, it's here.
And I asked Mary for the justification of her own position, and to be clear, I asked Mel for the same thing. I asked him for the justification of the claims he was making as established facts, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I have tried to be as fair as possible. I've tried to give him opportunities to defend his position, and as of yet, he has not taken those opportunities. But who knows?
But yeah, after I provided,
right? I still welcome it in the future.
After I provided him with that information and the source, and he acknowledged the source, and he acknowledged that, oh, I guess that's what a translation of it is. He then made a video after that point saying that there was nothing in the text that indicated that they were unbelieving, right, against Christians.
He may have made the video first. He may have.
Oh, he did make the video first. Maybe he should take it down
simultaneously. So I don't know which one came first. And the video probably wasn't released the exact minute he recorded it either. So he very well might have recorded the video first. I just want that to be clear.
He should amend it or take it down or apologize. He has only attacked me since then. I've asked for an apology because he said false things about me.
He definitely hasn't retracted the claim. I just wanted to be very clear on the details here, because I'm not trying to attack anyone. I'm just trying to get the neutral academic debate put forward. Okay.
Well, I'm getting frustrated because I feel like he is doing great harm. He has promoted people. He has promoted Red Judaism, who has actively led people to deny Christ, and gave him a platform and introduced him to a larger audience. And he was warned about Red Judaism, and he ignored the people who warned him.
Al-Fadi also platformed Red Judaism. I just want to point that
And
out.
he should not have either. Like, people were warned that this guy, like, what his theology was and what he was saying. It's exhausting.
All right. Anyway, let's move on. There is at least one important question that I wanted to address. There's another one if you have time, but this one I definitely want to address here from Hatchet. Why has there been zero archaeological proof of Islam or Muhammad during the current construction excavation of Mecca? Not a single artifact has been discovered and documented. Why? Because Islam is a farce. How would you respond?
True. It's not true. Like, people say that all the time, but it's just not true. Now, were they doing archaeology to Western standards? Well, they don't want to, because Mecca isn't that old. It's like 4th century, 5th century. They don't want that, but they did excavate the site that was traditionally said to be Khadijah's house, and the location that was traditionally said to be, which matches with stories of who her neighbors were in all kinds of hadith, and they drew it out. Now, here's one thing. The Saudis were engaging in myth making, and they misrepresented the floor plan of the later mosque as the entirety being Khadijah's house, because they wanted it to be like super special, but the actual outline of her house was still there, and it was described by previous visitors and previous centuries as well as being the same. So yeah, they dug it up. They got bits of it and threw bits of pottery and stuff in a museum. But you're not going to find anything impressive. It wasn't impressive. It was this little mud hut, nothing village.
Mm-hmm. So in other words, there are artifacts. They're consistent with this tiny little village. They're not anything grand that they're going to shout from the mountaintops, but there is a tiny little museum that has these artifacts in it in Mecca. So unfortunately, none of us can go visit it. But they do exist. They are documented in peer-reviewed publications as well. And if you actually attempt, you can do an internet search and find this stuff. People are just blindly repeating this claim that there is no archaeology. And the Muslims are in a very difficult position to respond because they have a theological claim about it going back to Abraham and being this ancient, great, super awesome trade village or whatever, which is clearly false. And the archaeology doesn't support that. So then they don't want to point to and say, yeah, there's archaeology that shows it's a tiny little village, right? They don't want to. So they're in a tough position, which is why people have been allowed to repeat this myth that there is zero evidence that it existed before the 9th, 10th century. That is not true. It's just not true. All right. So since you're still here, from Cargo Crew, he phrased this a couple different ways. This is the one I happen to say, but basically, why are there no pictures of Muhammad? Why are there no portraits of Muhammad if he is a real historical figure? Which I found kind of strange, but go ahead and answer.
There are portraits of the vast majority of historical figures from that time period, especially not a minor warlord. And aside from which, he would think anything with a head was an idol, and he would have forbidden it. Yes, there were like people drawn with heads very soon after, because a lot of Islamic law was observed in its breach rather than actually following it. But Muhammad himself was completely freaked out by the image of anything with a head. He wouldn't have had an image of himself made. He would have thought that meant that he was making an idol.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he didn't know about statues. He didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't have physical images, whether from statue or painting or whatever, of the vast majority of historical figures. And you actually do have a good explanation of why this wouldn't exist in Islam. So it seems to be a strange argument to make, to me, at least. Vic says, sorry, late to the party. Mary, great job in the debate. You kind of changed my position. My question wasn't asked. Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't have time to run through all the questions, and I went to save them, but Hatun edited out all the technical issues, which unfortunately kills the live chat replay, so I couldn't get the questions myself either. Anyway, your thoughts on Dr. J. Smith's geography thing, or theory maybe, that Muhammad was way up north?
It is completely unsupportable. So he is wrong about the languages. He thinks that Arabic is the same language as Aramaic and Old South Arabian, which are like literally different families. They're all Semitic, but they're different families within the Semitic tree. He confuses a writing system with like the language that things are written in. So if you wrote, he would think that like something written in Latin letters couldn't be Greek, because he's confused about that. He is wrong about what the Quran says about Mecca. It does not say that it's near the places he says it's near. It has no indication of that. It doesn't say that there are fruits or trees or anything else. It just states that these things exist. In fact, it says that Mecca doesn't have anything that's cultivated. It doesn't have like cultivated plants. In fact, it just says it doesn't have plants, but what it means in context is plants we can eat. Mm-hmm. So there is nothing that he says about the geography that is accurate.
So Frog One Dog One says, for you too, brother, Muhammad image archive over at Zombie Time. And to be clear, there are images of Muhammad, at least at some point. I think the earliest are like 10th, 11th century. I'm not 100% certain about that. But Shia Islam doesn't have this idea that you're not allowed to draw Muhammad. So there are images of him. And because they're coming from Persia, for the most part, Muhammad's drawn a certain way that has made some people say, oh, look, they're drawing him as Chinese. But of course, they're actually drawing him as Persian. Just like white people draw Jesus as white and black people draw Jesus as black, it doesn't tell you anything about what.
Yeah, it's funny how people will say that a drawing from hundreds of years later indicates that he must be Persian and says something about him, definitely. But like writings that have a lineage, they don't count.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Shia Islam doesn't have any qualms about drawing pictures of Muhammad. So there are lots of images, but they're mostly all coming from Shia sources, and thus they're more, in the Persia area, and that's what influences the way they draw them.
And there's a good reason for that. The Shia theology, right, is more Neoplatonic and wouldn't have Muhammad like freaking out and getting confused about whether or not anything that has a head is an idol. But Sunni are going to stick more to what Muhammad really did and said and bend less to their theology. It's pretty striking.
I'm not actually convinced that Muhammad forbid images, but that's not relevant to today's discussion. Let me take a super chat, and then I got one more question for you, Mary.
We're asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar, I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
So Joshua, thank you for the super chat. He says, I want to get into debate. I did Nate Sala's debate masterclass course, and your official formal debate was absolutely great. Sister Harb, well done. Thank you for that. Any debate tips as the debate expert, Mary? Oh, hold on. I'm not hearing you. And the audience isn't either. It's telling me you have audio, but I am not hearing it. Let me refresh my page, see if it helps. All right. She disconnected entirely. All good there. She's reconnecting right now.
Do I exist?
Yes, I can hear.
Yay! All right, perfect. Yeah, I have no tips for debate. That was my first debate.
I didn't think so.
My only tip is like try to argue the position clearly, and don't try to anticipate too much, like countering their arguments before. If you're doing the positive, like whether or not you're doing positive or negative, establish positive, establish negative. Don't try to like wrestle their things. And that's the tip I got from someone else.
Yeah, I would say definitely practice.
Definitely
check out the opponent's public statements, but don't assume that's the only thing that they could possibly say. Try to concentrate on making your argument as strong as possible, as opposed to like tailoring it to an opponent, I would say. Snide little tip here. If your opponent says something that you think is a good argument and you can't address it, don't admit it, just ignore it. Like you can always refine your position later.
That didn't happen last time, by the way. Yeah, that is true. But just to be clear, Robert Spencer did not make any arguments that I felt were good arguments. I don't think that there are, and it's not a failure of him. Yeah, I know, but I'm just, yes, I know, but I'm just wanting to, for anyone, like, this is why this is an open debate.
Right.
Because like any question you want to ask me, anything you felt I didn't answer appropriately or enough detail or persuasively enough. I mean, other than the whole can history be knowable, which is not really what we were arguing.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. So it slipped to a different. It slipped to the weaker position that history, by and large, is unknowable. At the end there, we're not analyzing the debate right now, or that was not the purpose of today, right? So that's why we didn't talk about the debate directly. There's a good. So later this week is the Seek and Share Truth Conference. So you won't see any more materials from Mary and I together in the near term there, but after the conference we'll definitely do a stream, like kind of looking at the actual specifics of the debate, possibly with David Wood, not certain for sure about that. If David has Mary on, I'm sure he'd have Robert on as well, so maybe get some more back and forth. We'll see. Any case, the new question that was just put in from Considering Plebes says, sorry if this was asked already. Does Mary think the Macaraba, Ethiopic, and ASA word for temple or shrine refers to Mecca?
No, I was absolutely convinced on that point. So there you go. Mel gets a score. That the Macaraba definitely does not refer to that. I managed to find that there is actually a place with those same initials down in Yemen, and also just from its position on the Ptolemy map, it ought to be in Yemen. Like the Ptolemy map is all messed up in all kinds of ways, but whatever this place is, it's in Yemen. It is not in the Hejaz. So all of you guys who are like, it's definitely not on that map, there you go. You are right. It absolutely is not on that map. And I spent hours and hours and hours trying to hunt places down and look at shorelines and read descriptions. Like, I spent a long time trying to find any, because it's easy to say that no, it's not. And I'm like, if I'm going to say it's not, I need to really have a reason for doing that. And so, yeah.
Yeah, so just to be clear for the audience, since they might not know the claim here, so on ancient map, or not really a map, sorry, ancient description of places, this word occurs, and somewhere around like the 14th, 15th century, people started to say that this is Mecca. Numerous theories were gone through. The person who originally proposed it said one theory, that theory was rejected, but somehow the claim itself was kept. Went through numerous developments of the theory, but recently it has been pretty strongly proven to be false, to be referring to a different place. We don't know what it refers to. And that's the tricky part, right? Because very, very few places in ancient history have the same names that they have today. And so it's a difficult endeavor in general.
I did find a place that was plausibly an ancient village that had the right what's it called, in to be Macaraba. It had the right consonants in Yemen. So I did find it, but I couldn't find anything about it. I was like, it's there. Okay, great. Tell me something. There's no research, nothing. So I can't really say anything about it. But yeah, I do not think that is Mecca.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a brief mention. There's not really a lot to go on. There's some like relative geographical coordinates listed.
They give absolute, I think. I think he gives absolute.
Oh, I mean, they're either relative or they're absolute, but either way, none of the coordinates are right. Right?
No, they're not right at all. The size is wrong. Everything's off because he's mostly guessing. Yeah.
In general, the whole thing, like even known cities like Medina, which is definitely a known city, the coordinates are wrong. So you can't say too much about based on the coordinates. Yeah. All right. Any case, I just wanted to clarify what that is about, since not everyone would have known the question.
Yeah, and other places had better geography because he was more familiar with them or had better reports. Like Italy's geography and that ended Ptolemy's geography is much better because he just knows more about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could have used some cats today. We had Einstein at the very start, but he only lasted like 5 minutes, and no one else has come to visit me today. It's sad. Very sad. 10 gifted reasons answers memberships from Nissan Attic.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Thank you for that donation. And I guess you have planted your seed. So look forward to lots of apples growing up in your backyard or something along those lines. And so then we did have a follow-up here. Funny thing is, ancient South Arabian kings were called by this word, MKRB, the Macaraba. Wonder if it might be related. Hard to say, right? Hard to say.
And I wondered that myself.
Why an unknown city is named the way it is.
Yeah, and I wondered that myself because it is the name of the Mukarib or Mukarib. Then I don't know. Who knows how to pronounce ancient South Arabian? Anyway, but yeah, I was like, wow, that's just like the name of the kings. Why is it? But then it kind of means something like one who approach. Wait, is it approach? I used to know what it meant. Now my brain's gone. I think it's one who draws near, or the one drawing near. Yeah, it is. It is like the one who makes to draw near or approach. And so maybe it was the site of a temple. Who knows? It wouldn't be a significant one because it's not a big archaeological site, but it is curious.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Joke question here from Good Emperor. Can you point to examples of Muhammad being a good moral guy? Yeah, absolutely. The stories from before he became a prophet.
Certainly the stories before he moved to Medina. By the time he's in Medina, the stuff that he's doing that's good, quote unquote, is like big show. Ha, look at me, the bounteous whoever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I mean, we can debate how true they are, but the early biography of Muhammad in, say, Ibn Ishaq paints him as like a great upstanding member of society who never lied, never hurt anyone, never opposed anyone, was loved by everyone. And hey, I'm willing, again, may not be true, but I'm willing to grant that because it shows what his religion did to him, right? It showed what his revelations did to him and how it destroyed him from being a good upstanding member of society to being the worst of all creatures.
Yep, that's true.
All right.
But I mean, like, he's like, oh, don't beat your wives. And then later he's like, beat them. Right?
Yep. And, you know, like he, at least if we take the story, right, he desired his adopted son's wife and is like, nope, that would be bad. I shouldn't do it. And then Allah tells him to do it. So, I mean, he seems to be routinely corrupted by the revelation he's getting from Allah. Just saying. Patrick here says, did Jesus exist? No one can prove that too. And I'm not sure if this is like, you know, trying to be ironic or something to show the ridiculous of the Muhammad position. I would say, in fairness, I would say that the truth of Jesus is stronger than the proof of Muhammad. But it is in the same general, as long as we're just talking about a historical figure, I'd say it's in the same general ballpark. Both are certain figures of history. And if you reject either one, you have to reject essentially 100% of history from before the time of the printing press at minimum, maybe even before the time of TV, right? Or radio, I guess. So there's that. Now, as far as like the proof of him being a legitimate prophet, of course, that is much better for Jesus. Mhm. Which, if he actually had no exposure to the other scriptures and it did match exactly, that actually would be pretty good evidence. Of course, if it did match exactly, we'd just say that he definitely had access to the scripture, right? Which would be a reasonable conclusion given that evidence. But the fact that he makes that claim and it's not true highly suggests that he heard some stories and thought that was the extent of what Jews or Christians believed. And wouldn't be compatible with the leaders of the empire that arose for unknown reasons, deciding to create a figure and being like, well, his proof is that the Bible is that he gave the Bible in Arabic. And instead of just taking a Bible and translating it to Arabic, they just say all these things that aren't in the Bible. So request from our Kitsune. Can you read my previous comment, please? No, I can't because I don't see it. I just filtered it. So it's either was too old or it was blocked by YouTube. But if you could re-ask the question, that would be great. I'll take the super chat for now. Or not. What happened? Okay. Internal error occurred on the YouTube server. All right. Give me once. We don't need the animation, but go ahead and repost your comment, and I will restart the bot as well. I should probably make it put a fail-safe in. I did actually finally fix all my errors. It no longer crashes for anything that's preventable, but every once in a while it won't be able to connect to the YouTube server and it will crash then. I guess I should probably put it in a fail-safe for that. Anyway, bot restarted. Let's see. There we go. Mary, do you prefer Mel/J when you wrote crackpot? Did you refer to Mel/J when you wrote crackpot fringe theorist? If so, not a way to refer to a sibling in Christ. Yeah, so to be 100% clear, I do not believe that any of Jay's claims are his own ideas. He's just repeating other people's ideas uncritically. So I'm not accusing him of lying. I'm not accusing him of malice. I'm not accusing him of espousing nonsense, knowingly speaking. I'm just accusing him of not being careful with his sources, not considering them critically.
Hello. Am I here?
Welcome back. Yep.
Okay. Sorry about that. I thought I was there and I was going to jump in. I'm like, wait, he had a pause and they kept talking. I'm like, oh, no. I am referring to Volker. I'm referring to Pop. I'm referring to the people. Goodness, give me a second. Someone dared to walk by my car. Hey. Anyway, I'm referring to the people who clothe themselves, and I'm referring to AJ Deus, who makes up the theories. So if you are the one who is originating and then disseminating these theories from yourself, then that would be you. But Jay is repeating what other people are telling him. I don't even think that he is digesting them. I think he's trying to articulate them. So there are multiple levels between Jay and the originals.
Yes, I think what he's trying to do, and I think that he might even agree with this statement at least, is he's trying to break down academic papers, academic hypotheses to the public. And where I have a problem with it is that he doesn't present it as theories or hypotheses. He presents it as new research that has established facts that are uncomfortable to Islam, when it's, one, not new research for the most part. It's mostly things that have been around for decades. Two, is pretty much universally rejected in the relevant fields of academia. And three, he doesn't even necessarily accurately represent what the original author is saying. He's trying to. I'm not accusing him of intentionally distorting it, but sometimes he doesn't even understand their theory accurately.
Correct. And I'm not sure. I mean, people are talking to him, so I'm assuming it's the layer before him that's falling apart. Because why would you be like, oh, here, I'm making this for you, and then the person say it wrong, and you go, you're like, oh, that's great, right? So I'm suspecting that it's whoever is right behind Jay is just not even understanding what these people are saying and articulating it wrong. And then Jay will do things like hold up a manuscript without any diacritics, including the consonant marks, but then say, no one can read this, which is just, why would anyone have written it? If you can't read it, why would you write it? But he's saying that, oh, it's so unclear that it could be in Aramaic. And it's just not true. You take a native speaker of Arabic and you give them that and you let them adjust for a little while because they're just not used to reading it. They're used to reading it without the vowel marks. Vowel marks are only for certain occasions, but you give them a while to adjust and they can read it. They do read it. That's why we have transcriptions of these things. That's why they exist into like English, because we can read it.
Yeah,
but he will train
isolated.
Yeah,
isolated. Lines
problems.
That could be ambiguous, right? That are difficult to understand. There's a reason that the language evolves and starts marking the different consonants, because it is extremely difficult. But that doesn't mean it's incoherent, right? Being difficult and being incoherent are not the same thing.
Right, and you shouldn't be training people to inform people who very often at least have learned to like mouth words, right, in Arabic, that this can't be read when it's not true. So lots of problems.
Absolutely. So a new question came in from Nicodemus. Is there a composite drawing of Muhammad, ancient or modern, based on the written descriptions of him? Short, fat, hairy mole, tiny, etc.
That'd be hilarious. He'd have to be super white. He's kind of like this semi-stocky guy with flat feet and a moon-like face and very white armpits and very white thighs. That'd be pretty funny. He's got mostly a dark beard still, but then it gets silvery and then he dyes it with henna. So yeah, I mean, you got a lot. Don't really have anything about his features, but you're supposed to believe that he's beautiful, even though there's no actual evidence of that.
And I think Joji is correct here. Jay said he found it effective on Speaker's Corner, so might be viewing it from a not more strategic lens and neglecting the necessary evidentiary rigor. I would say that's I want to be very careful with my wording here, but I would say that Jay's zeal, his legitimate zeal for the truth of the gospel message, sometimes overrides his diligence, his due diligence to make sure what he's repeating is true, because it sounds very helpful to his cause, and unfortunately as a result he ends up making some really unfortunate arguments from time to time. And I'm not speaking exclusively about Muhammad being a Christian text that was distorted. Just in general, I would say he's a great Christian. He's a great missionary. He's not a great academic. So if you're looking for academic rigor, take anything he says as with a grain of salt and verify it for yourself.
So my theory is what happened is Hatun found these other Qurans to refute the narrative, letter, dot, which is very recently made up. You will not find that in any Islamic sources. If you went into the early Islamic sources, you would find that that's not true and find examples. It was wonderful to have the physical books, and having those physical books massively shook people who'd put all their confidence in this ridiculous recent lie. And so he wanted something that had that seismic effect, and he has faith in the people who are telling him things and then just running with it. His faith in Hatun was correct, but his faith in what these other folks are saying, and I'm not saying that they're ill-intentioned, but they are not correct. And some of the people that they're drawing from, Volker and Pop, know they're lying. I'm sorry, they do. Or, excuse me, Volker and Pop. Oleg and Pop absolutely know they're lying. There's no way they don't. You don't do the things you do and not know you're lying. So
but the people who read them don't.
The people who read them don't necessarily. Right.
Right.
So I think that's what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're not accusing any Christian of lying on this program. I want to make that clear. I think that if I felt someone was a charlatan and just doing something for their own benefit, I would 100% call them out. And I don't feel that way about any of the Christians who are making the mythic argument.
At the worst, some of those who are doing kind of their own original research are letting their wistfulness run away with them and draw things out of thinner material than there is. So,
Good Emperor says, Mary, didn't you also say Muhammad might have actually had a congenial condition regarding his pee-pee?
Oh, I forgot about that. You are correct. Hypospadias or else possibly a micro penis, but whatever, it related to the fact that he wasn't able to impregnate women and was covered in semen. Those both of those things would account for that.
All right, super chat from Tall and Speak.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
Just says 100. Obviously, just a donation there. Thank you very much for that. Joji said, I'd say some Mehmed figure probably existed, but the standard narrative has hella holes in it. Well, we all agree.
Like
that,
what? Specifically, right?
It depends on what you mean by standard narrative. I think we all agree that Islam evolved its theology over time. Mary just actually gave an excellent example, right? That it became an important theological position of the 20th century, that the Quran is perfectly preserved right down to the letter. That wasn't part of early Islam. So I guess it depends on what you mean by, the standard narrative. and holes, right? But I think we all agree Islam definitely evolved. And I hope we can all agree that the core is, if anything, worse than the evolutions thereof. And thus Islam is evil right down to the core.
It really is. He does not approve.
FLB, I always fight with Thaddeus's cuts. He won't pay my debt. I'm going to keep paying my bills. LOL. That is 100% true, even though I'm not sure what the accusation is.
I didn't understand.
The joke
that.
accusation.
Sorry.
The joke accusation.
I know it's a joke, but I just didn't understand it.
Yeah. So then we got Jedediah. Ironically, one of my friends from Yemen had come to India for his dad's surgery and told me they left Islam after attending Jay Smith's seminar in London in 2017. I'm not suggesting that no one ever leaves Islam because of Jay's work. Just like I would not claim that no one ever leaves Christianity because of some atheist mythist website. The problem isn't just whether it works or not. As Christians, we need to stand for what's true, not just, what works, so to speak.
And I would like to say that it will work on the people who already have a foot out the door and are looking for an excuse.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Because
if you check up on it, won't.
That's how I feel about, the Jesus mythers. That Yes, they convince, and especially about like the long list of contradictions in the Bible or whatever. Because if you read the list, most of them are just utter nonsense that no reasonable person would ever consider a contradiction. But some person who's looking, has some other reason why they're already doubting Christianity, goes online, finds contradictions in the Bible. They read 5 of them and they're like, yep, there's 10,000 contradictions in the Bible. I was so stupid to ever believe this. I'm glad I figured it out. I'm one of those smart guys who left it, right? So I think that Jay's work is probably in the same line, that it will cause people who are already doubtful to be, more further away from Islam. It will sound appealing to people who are ex-Muslims or otherwise opposed to Islam. It may cause some momentary doubts among a Muslim who's just never heard any of this, like a faithful Muslim, never heard any of it, hears it for the first time. They might feel qualms and uneasy about it, just like a Christian could when you see that Mithras was supposedly exactly identical to Jesus in every way. But then you actually research it and you're like, okay, this claim was complete nonsense. My faith in Christianity, or Islam in this case, is strengthened as a result. And I think that's the real danger here, right?
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people, if you have your foot already out the door, you're going to step out all the way regardless. It's why I've never wasted breath on the Jesus mythers. Because if you're believing that, you're believing that because you want to. And for those Christians who want to believe that Muhammad was a myth in that way, I mean, it's because they want to believe it. It's something they want to believe.
Well, I mean, I understand the emotional appeal of the argument, right? Well, it could be more anti-Islam than saying your prophet didn't even exist at all. Right? That it's a completely made up nonsense from hundreds of years later. I get the appeal of the argument, but unfortunately, the evidence does not fit with that theory.
Right. So for someone who is, say, near the door but doesn't have one foot out yet, it will push them farther back into the room. That, and the fact that now you have people tied to something that is so transparently, the arguments are so transparently untrue. And I don't mean like the you can never know anything with certainty about history argument, which I don't really think is helpful for anyone for anything.
No, it's not. It's just useless, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I really think that it will be massively damaging, and that's why I finally was like, I have to do this now. I need to not put it off. I've got to do this debate because it's important. If it were something that I was like, well, I think they're wrong, I'll say I think they're wrong, but it's not it. I wouldn't do anymore. I wouldn't say anything more.
All right. One last super chat from Talk and Speak.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
So obviously another one that's just intended as a donation here, a bunch of emojis, Christian emojis, and then the word Christian. Thank you very much for the donation there. Much appreciated. Your financial support and those of others like you makes these streams possible. Misha SWB says, give a loan to Thaddeus and Mary, sister of Aaron. Again, appreciate all the financial support. And Frog One Dog One says, Mary, don't buy those gift cards for Microsoft. Do not redeem. Do not redeem.
I am a fan of Kit Boga. So,
Yep. For those not familiar, scam baiting, people calling scammers. They not the only thing they do, but one of the things they do is try to get you to get gift cards to pay back for some bank error or some such. And then Kit will go and redeem the gift cards that he supposedly just bought. And they're like, screaming, don't redeem. What? You said I should redeem it? Okay, I'll redeem it.
Yeah.
So Kit Boga, probably my favorite scam baiter. I do watch a good amount of scam baiting content. Good stuff. legendary. You could even say, but if you didn't know, you wouldn't understand the reference. So
Yep. It's funny that they guessed they would know, and we both did.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he
I didn't
does
know
have
they watched
3
it.
million subscribers or
Well,
something.
yeah,
It's not exactly
yeah.
a small channel.
No.
I haven't watched the debate yet, but I'm pretty sure that doggo is the clear winner. Indeed. Can't even get a word in edgewise against the doggo.
Well, one of my darling children was actually screaming during part of it in fear of a moth. And he, and fortunately, this was dealt with by others, but I suspected it was a moth from the previous night, so I didn't go running as my child is screaming like murder is occurring, but...
Mm-hmm. Several comments saying that Kit Boga is awesome. And indeed he does. And, you know, not the only reason why you should watch someone, but there's an clear underpinning of his Christian beliefs in the way he handles the situations. So good stuff all around. Good stuff all around there. All right. Any final thoughts for today, Mary?
The whole reason that I did this was, well, we were hoping to get all the questions that hadn't been grabbed before. And when we didn't have any questions, I'm like, okay, fine, we'll just open it up to questions and see if anybody asks anything. And it was supposed to be a 2-hour stream. Remember that? I'm
Yeah,
like, I have to leave early. I know.
I was planning on it being 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then we had a very long extended discussion with Chris and weird stuff. And it was a very good discussion. I'm glad we had it.
So, but so that was really the purpose, to let anybody ask, like if they felt like I hadn't answered a question well, or they wanted more detail, or they thought I didn't talk about something. I wanted to give an opportunity for people to come, because really, this is my chance to be heard out for the first time from a lot of people. A lot of people are not really following stuff that closely, and a lot of my arguments about this are very, very detailed refutations of very, very, very specific things rather than a big overview. So I want to make it all comers, ask me questions. I do believe it's important, and I do believe it's significant. I don't like previously, before I started seeing the effect it was Robert Spencer kind of got caught in the crossfire. It was really Jay Smith who's getting all the big audiences and stuff. And I'm like, no, we need to address this, because people are being trained to say false things, and they're walking out and saying things that aren't true. And they're trusting this because this is brand new to them, right? Mm-hmm. And we need to have people standing on truth. We really don't need to have people promoting things that are at the heart anti-Christian, even though the people who are doing it don't realize this. And we need to, again, hold Islam responsible for what it actually says, and quit granting these Muslims all of these fictions about their prophet. Don't let them lie about him. Quit it. Quit letting them lie. They lie all the time, and you guys, some people are letting them get away with it because they're like, oh yeah, if this was made up then that would make sense, because it would force them to examine their own preferences. If they go, no, this was a dude in the desert, is that very likely? Let's look at the source and check on that. So anyway, that's my final word. I hope it's helpful.
Allah would know best, of course, says Jason isn't going to debate Mary. Well, we have a feather in our cap to try to get him to come out, but whether
Ibrahim is a dude who knows his stuff. So
yeah, so it might not even be necessary, right? Jay might already be refuted by that debate. But regardless of whether Jay agrees to a debate or not, Mary and I have made the decision that we need to publish refutations in short, compact videos of some of his popular arguments, because it's not a good look for him to be going on not just like people who already are opposing Islam, but going on mainstream Christian programs, promoting this as a good argument to make against Islam when it's not. I mean,
like
that's the reality.
I literally had both my parents, as I was preparing for this debate, text me about cross-examined and Jay Smith stuff. And I'm like, no, don't take any of it. So they're like, stay with the Islamic dilemma. I'm like, yes. And they're like, oh, but it sounds persuasive. I'm like, yeah, it does, because you don't know. He's so charismatic and so friendly and so warm, but he says so much that it's just not true. And I don't think he knows that it's not true. I really don't think he knows, because he's relying on people who aren't understanding what they're reading.
And got Artemis jumping in right at the end just to get her credit, just to be on camera. Welcome, Artemis. Unfortunately, we are going to wrap up here. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. Very glad you're here. Let's keep this discussion going. Again, nothing but respect from me for Robert Spencer, and in particular, right? I actually put him in a different category than the rest of the myth.
Yeah, so do I.
People. Nothing but respect for Robert Spencer. I hope to have him on and give him a similar opportunity for people to pose their questions and push him on his ideas. I think that, you know, this open dialogue can help us come to better conclusions as far as the Jay Smith and his I forgot what he called his group, but you know, Jay Smith and the people who he's worked closely with several times. I hope that they'll be open to dialogue, and we're definitely interested in that. I have great respect for most of these people as Christians, as people, as followers of Christ, but not respect for them as historians. Nonetheless, I welcome that discussion. They probably feel otherwise, right? They probably feel they are doing a great job explaining actual history. And I just say, let's have that chat, right? I'm willing to give you a platform. I'm willing to give you an audience, and you can talk with Mary, you can talk with me, you can talk with both of us, whatever you want to do. All right. Thank you all for tuning in. Of course, I will have the Seek and Share Truth Conference coming up this weekend. I tentatively have a stream scheduled for tomorrow, but it hasn't been confirmed, so I don't want to announce exactly what it is for the sake of the other person involved, but I potentially have a stream tomorrow. If that doesn't happen, then probably either tomorrow or Wednesday, I'll just do a solo stream on updating on some of the Muhammad hijab situation. Finished a scripted video on the Muhammad hijab situation that will be out tomorrow.
I love it. It's fantastic. It's hilarious.
So thank you for tuning in, everyone. Mary endorses my video, so make sure when you see that in your feed, you click on it, you watch it all the way through, and you leave a comment and like to make sure that it spread to lots of people, because I think that it really emphasizes a point that's being lost in the whole discussion, just because there's so much material and there's not like any compact version of it where you get all the facts at once, just because there's so much stuff. So my last couple were pretty mocking and intended to be more humorous than serious. They still had a point, don't get me wrong, they still had a point to them, but this one is also mocking, but is more about the point than the previous ones. Let's put it that way. All right.
And the punchline's great. It's payoff's great.
Thank you for tuning in, everyone. As per usual, we'll close out with the words of Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.